And we are live. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, to yet another stream of Final Fantasy XIV. And I'm a little bit early. I'm just gonna be like doing links, getting stuff sorted. So you get a bit of nice music. Just got one more place. Gotta make sure I don't get a thunder after all. Bum. Okay. Right. Okay. So, as you can see, I'm in the UFC mainly because the one I was in died. So, you know, that's fun. So yeah, I'm in the UFC. It's really active. Obviously today is a bit quiet at the moment. Give it some time. It's only just hit 12 o'clock after all. So I do have a room here. It's just, again, I need to think of a theme. You can hear music they've got. If I can... Oh, God's sake, don't start this already, capture card. Capture card's already messing about and it's all just started the bloody stream. Gotta love it. There we go. Technical difficulties. Hate it. Yeah, as you can see, we've got a message book. An orchestrion phonograph, so this essentially lets you play music throughout the entire thing. And it just loops on. But I quite like it. They've done a really good job with the designing of the helmet. So yeah. Chances are that's definitely going to get a bit of copyright strike or something. I hope not, because it's music from the game. So yeah. Oh, Eek is here. Eek is back. Am I gonna get head pats like I did earlier before stream? Hello? Anybody there? Give me a sec, I need to put my phone on charge because it's low. Should have done this earlier, but oh well. Seems that I have that. Shame. I got head pads before I ended up entering dungeons. So yeah. But chances are they probably saw the fact that I was streaming. Right. Yeah, this is Shivagane. This is the Ward 9 of Shivagane. And it's essentially Stormblood area, but we could still come here because of the fact that our FC is here. So yeah, we're in Hingashi over here. That's there. But yeah, as I said, because our the company is here, we're at least allowed into the housing. Now then, you can clearly tell that something has been done. The Rise and Fall of Gentlemen, I managed to finally do it after God knows how long. It's not because it was difficult or anything, I was just like trying to stay focused on other stuff. But yeah, I've done as many side quests as possible, so I've done the extremes and stuff. Did you find the zombies? You did? That's wonderful. I've been busy too. The head zombie will rue the day he meets me, you'll see. So tell me, what did you learn? Oh, so you weren't able to make new friends? That's a shame. For this parchment, this is the map of the Sagoli Desert. There's a spot marked here in the south, and look, there's something written here. A gentleman is rather than does. That sort of reminds me of... well, no matter. Let's see where this map takes us. Assistant, onwards to the Sagoli. All the way at the bottom as well. Jesus. we'll do this and then we'll actually go on with the main side quest. I just wanted to show this off because I picked it up like quite a while ago and never did it. So yeah, I think it's high time you guys deserve to see the ending of it. I don't think I misread the map. Maybe they're just shy though. I say we call out to them and let them know we come in peace, and when the leader shows himself, we strike. The gentleman is rather than does. Who summons the gentle dead man? They live! They live! And we... Oh. They live. They live and we hunger. That's not very gentlemanly of you, is it? My brothers, lend me your ears. A gentleman does not dine upon his guests. Spare this fine gentleman and fair lady your mastications. Withdraw, I say, and harass them no more. Well, that's unexpected. We hear and we obey. Remember one off. Oh god damn it! Oh, you're about to freaking miss the cutscene because of this. I'm getting tired of this shit now. Come on. You were working fine, completely fine when I did Wolong. Today when I stream, you mess about. I don't get why you have such issues. I really don't. It is you, it really is you. I knew nothing could kill the great Inspector Hildebrand. Hildebrand? Who is this Hildebrand you speak of? My name is Zombiebrand, Devourer of Brains, Undead Overlord Extraordinaire. What are you saying? You're not an Undead Overlord, you're a Gentleman Inspector. Inspector Overlord. Inspector Overlord. Oh, Inspector, you're just confused is all. Don't worry, I'll knock some sense back into that noggin of yours. Stay your hand, milady. You know not what you do. Even if I were the esteemed gentleman you purport me to be, the concussive force of the blast is more like to liquefy me. If crashing into the ground made you forget, then an explosion of equal force ought to make you remember. I'll save you, Inspector, or kill you trying. See, even you acknowledge the possibility that this plan will result in my... death. The heck? would applaud your ingenuity, Nashu. But I would have preferred that you found a more elegant solution. Ah, he remembers me! Inspector Hildebrand remembers me! Yes, I remember you, my faithful assistant. What I do not quite remember is how I came to be here. Oh. So he really is a zombie. Okay. Ah, such a wonderful dream. I slew a dragon and... What is this place? And for that matter, who am I? Okay. Bit bizarre, but okay. I hold upon agent of inquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire, have awoken at last. I always knew you'd come back to us. Be it Red Moon or Black Dragon, no fiend is a match for my legendary might. And who might this fine gentleman be? Could he perhaps be one of my many admirers? Oh, but what is this faint tingling sensation in my arm? This ringing in my ear, this dizziness. Could it be a case? Oh, because I have a phoenix star. Okay. I see. 1 second. 1 second. Alright, so this, we've essentially just seen it all. It's just being a bit of a... Right. I'll come back to you guys a bit later. Probably off screen. As for now, however, back to Cobertas Foundation. I do like the streets. Right. We need to the last vigil. Tataru! Any news for us, my dear? Alfino Dante, I've been looking all over for you. We've received news regarding Flahamine, Horibolda, and Coltonet. Really? Has something happened? No, it's nothing bad. Quite the opposite, in fact. It seems that once they learned the Scion's good names had been restored, they boarded the next ship bound for Limsa Lominsa. They should be arriving any moment now. It's easy to forget how useful link pearls are, isn't it? When they work, I mean. And you don't mind being spied on. Quite. But what wonderful news. To think that our reunion is close at hand. A pleasure to see you all, Final. Ah, thancred and Cryle. What brings the two of you here? Cryle and I have been looking into how we might track down minfilia. And we may have just found the answer. Dante, when you were fleeing Oldar with minfilia, you said that Heidelin spoke to her shortly before you parted ways, yes? Well, assuming that is true, and I see no reason to suspect that it is not, it seems reasonable to conclude that Heidelin commanded her to remain behind. That is to say, the Mother Crystal directly interceded to guide minfilia. Admittedly, this is all still quite hypothetical, but I propose that such intervention, however subtle, must surely leave some residual trace, a lingering disturbance in the ether, or ripple, if you will. In order to establish the existence of such ripples, of course, we will require suitable data. Fortunately, I know where such data can be found. The battleground where Dante fell the ultimate weapon, and the site of my personal ignominy. It was there that Heidelin intervened to shield him from the magic I invoked. Well, and I will infiltrate the castrum and analyze the ether therein. The two of you? Alone? I have a proven knack for subterfuge. I'm confident there will be sufficient nooks and crannies in which to hide Cryle while the patrols pass. Besides, if you and Dante come along, who will see to Flahamine's grand homecoming? When you put it like that, very well, I will trust in your plan. I know not whether this data will yield a means to find minfilia, but it will at the very least eliminate another avenue of inquiry. Tataru and I will return to the Rising Star to make preparations for our comrade's return. Might I impose upon you to meet them at the Lominsan docks? Gladly. Then I shall see the four of you at the Rising Stars. Safe travels. Hold on. Return. Before I do anything, real quick, I'm just gonna go check on my The brigade. The barracks. Dun, 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 dun. Alright. And I failed somehow. Alright, let's put the level 40 person back on the team. Legit, I don't know how far I'm gonna have to go in terms of levels for these guys to actually be able to do a friggin' task. I'll be blunt, the squadron isn't ready for this mission. Yeah. Thing is, it's got a better chance of doing it due to the 292 out of 315 compared to like the rest where it's like 480, 350 out of 465, so 440 for the stronghold recon, Jesus. So I could actually give this one a go and potentially do it. So screw it, I'm gonna give it a go. But beforehand, let's see. Nah, nobody's got any new stuff. I'd rather give it a go and see what happens rather than just assuming that they'll all fail. Oh, Dante, how have you been? Come here, let me have a good look at you. Jesus Christ, you really are a forgive mother. Thank the 12. And here's the strangest tales in foreign lands. I word about you all every day. We would have sent word sooner, but the braves afforded us no opportunity. When they fell upon us in the market, it was all we could do to escape. Tataru found her way to you, of course, but we were forced to seek shelter aboard a Hannish vessel. It pained us not being there when you needed us most. Well, we made the most of it, didn't we, Coltonet? Studied and trained from dusk till dawn, we did. We would have sent word sooner, but we knew not whom to trust, and with the vast distance. But those dark days are behind us at last. I shall be glad indeed to return home and speak with my daughter. Ah, yeah, speaking of which, we've yet to find her. What do you mean she's missing? How could you let this happen? My throat cleared. I don't want to finish that sentence. What do you mean she's missing? How could you let this happen? Hey, we're gonna find her. Forgive me, I'm sure you're doing everything in your power to find her. As Thancred must be watched over her from the first, long before me. And he will watch over her to the last. I shall pray for her safe return, and busy myself in the meantime. For certainly, there is much and more to be done. The braves may have blooded us, but the path remains, and we shall not be swayed from it. Aye, that's the spirit. To the scions. The long overdue reunion. Huzzah! Well, there you have it. To the rising stones. Kill them both. Come on, thancred.
Well done, sir. And with that, I believe we are ready to proceed.
So thancred is dressed as one of them, actually. Should have noticed.
Let us be about our business then. The next patrol may not be so credulous.
Why must you be so disappointingly brusque? You're not at all as minfilia described, you know. I don't think you favored me with so much as a single compliment since we set out. Tell me, did your time in the wilderness sap you of all your charm? Or are you holding it in reserve for your beloved?
Oh.
This is neither the time nor the place.
Well, call me old-fashioned, but when I'm risking life and limb infiltrating an Imperial castrum, I like to be sure of my comrades' motivations.
I see now where Alphino gets it from. Minfilia is dear to me. It is true. But not in the way you think. 15 years passed, when she was still but a child. There was an incident at a parade. A gubu broke free of its fetters and ran amok through the streets of Ul'dah. Had I been more attentive, I could have prevented it. But I was distracted, and her father was killed. I feared she would never recover. But in the years that followed, she showed herself to be more resilient than I had ever imagined. And when she learned of her gift, she did not flinch from the responsibility, but sought to guide others on the path. She touched the hearts of all around her. Mine, Louisoix, every science. In those dark days following the calamity, she was our guiding light, our hope for a brighter future. She had so many dreams, and I would give anything to make them come true.
My apologies. I can see she means the world to you. I did not mean to pick at old scars.
No harm done, I assure you. But fair is fair, my lady. What is Minfilia to you?
You mean you don't know? Only my dearest friend. When I finally emerged from my torpor, I learned that nary a day had passed without her asking after me. She never gave up hope. And neither will I.
Then for Minfilia's sake, let us pray that these vestiges of Hydaelyn's intervention will lead us to her.
It feels good to be home again. To think that everyone is waiting for us, just beyond those doors. Friends and family with whom we have shared so much. God help me, but the older I get, the more sentimental I become. Come, let us not keep them waiting. Efemi, it fills my heart with joy to see you both hale and healthy. And what of Higiri? She is well, though abroad on a mission at present. It just wasn't the same without you. Welcome back, my lady. We could do with more of that around here. Heartfelt reunions with stalwart companions. Brings a bloody tear to the eye. To secret oneself in a ship's hold to secure safe passage to a faraway land. This is a tale we know all too well. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. You guys haven't done after all. When they are all well rested, I should like to seek a formal introduction. Why wait, my friend? Come, there's no need to be shy. Pray, grant me a moment longer at least. Though I am happy to oblige you, my legs are rather less accommodating. He's been drinking a bit too much then. Glad though I am to be home, I cannot help but think of those who have yet to return. Once we have settled in, I will join the search. Nice. Oh God, what in the seven hells drove my little brother to come to Modona? Why, you, brother. You and the Scions, of course. For 1,000 days I trained that I might grow as strong as you, and I might fight alongside you. Yet now that you are here, I sense that you have surpassed me once more. No, do not tell me you trained with the Hanish, did you not? Your eyes do not deceive, brother. I studied the trials of the braves and drunk deep of the souls of mine enemies. That sounds like some really intense and fun training with the Hanish then. I don't mind giving that a go myself. It's been so long since I've seen them all like this. Too long. It was the chaos born of my foolish ambition which forced them to flee. Though they are returned, there are others yet missing. Others whom we cannot forsake. We'll find them, Alfino. I know we will. Minfilia, Yida, Papalymo, every last one. And when they walk through those doors, we'll be here to welcome them home. With me at the head of the queue, of course. Okay, which stuff has the Steam stuff or Sesame Cookie? Most likely going to be able to cook everything soon anyway, so. Logo. Let's see. I was eager to return to the search for minfilia, I'm not surprised at. Thancred and Cryo contacted us a short while ago. It would seem that their foray into Castrum Iridianum bore fruit. They asked that we rendezvous with them in Y'shtola in Idleshire, where they will share their findings. Rude though it is to depart without speaking to the guest of honor, I expect she will forgive me if I return with her daughter. ourselves another minion as a reward for this. My apologies. I see I am the last to arrive. So what news have you for us? Well, as we postulated, there were indeed what appeared to be the remnants of an unexplained disturbance in the ether at the scene of the ultimate weapon's destruction. A ripple at odds with the presiding pattern. Though faint, the waveforms bore a strong resemblance to those observed following the destruction of the Isle of Val, when I believe Heidelin shielded me with the blessing of light. To confirm our findings, we paid a visit to the Sildi aqueducts. There we detected the same waveform, but orders of magnitude larger, as one would expect of a more recent disturbance. Hiding. There is no other explanation. But there is more. When I studied the site where Y'shtola used flow, it appeared that not 2 but 3 beings had been affected. Yet, unlike Y'shtola and Thancred, there was no trail to follow. Our unknown third party was simply there and then not there. Now, recall your visions of a vast crystal floating in a sea of ether. Though this too is but a theory, studies of gifted subjects suggest that when communing with Heidelin, we briefly leave our bodies behind. So let us consider the facts. 1. Heidelin interceded. 2. A third being was caught in Y'shtola's flow and vanished without a trace. And 3. Heidelin may have the capacity to summon the consciousness of gifted individuals to her side. You are implying, I take it, that Heidelin guided minfilia into the compass of my magic, that she might summon her body and soul onto the ethereal sea? In which case, we must needs continue our search there, for a blessing the means to do so already exists. I speak of the Anti-Tower, a Sharlayan construction conceived to provide scholars a vantage point over the ethereal sea. Though I know not where its entrance lies, we need only ask its last custodian, a contrary old crone who, for another blessing, refused to join the Exodus. Master Matoya was the keeper of the Anti-Tower? I had no idea. Then our course is clear. We must petition her aid once again. Converge. The Matoya's cave. a surprise. Well, what secrets have you come to extract from me this time? Though it pains me to admit it, your words strike close to the mark. We humbly ask that you grant us entry to the Antitower, that we might use it to seek a friend who we believe has been transported to the ethereal sea. And who told you I could do such a thing, I wonder? The tower was abandoned to its magical keepers 15 years ago. They have the run of the place now. If that is no deterrent to you, then by all means. Is that all? I felt sure you would seek to dissuade us from our course, given your role as custodian. Role? Hardly. The Forum foisted the title on me. During the Exodus, every entrance to the Antitower was sealed save one. My role consists of making sure no one with ill intent sneaks through it. Such was the Forum's final order to me. Well, I can remove the wards right now. Will you be going or not? We will, Master Matoya. We will do whatever it takes to find Minfilia. We'll see about that. You, Baldessian girl, you're staying here with me. I need your help to restore the wards to their original state. The rest of you can go, on the condition that you clean up the mess in the tower. If you encounter any unruly familiars, you're to tend to them. Those are my terms, and I'll hear no argument. Well, it appears the mistress has spoken. Lead the way, Dante. The Antitower, now accessible. This is one that I don't think gets done often. For now, I'll just do it with a party of NPCs. Because I don't want to wait in a freaking queue. Alright, pause one, Jesus. Oh yeah, this is the one where everything's all topsy-turvy. This is gonna be interesting. Plus you actually get some dialogue if you do it with the NPCs, which just kinda adds a bit more to the story, if I'm a little bit honest. So, a path? No simple thing to create. Alright, I think. surely. Come on. There's the first power. Won't really is the lesson. How wonderful. Oh, that was Alpha now. Alpha now has pride. Travel down the up staircase. Oh, Christ. Okay. Try not to shish kebab me, please.
Focus. Release.
So this is more the shore rather than the sea. Interesting indeed. with the limited. And it's ready. I very rarely use limited. I feel like I've had to use it more in terms of when I'm in dungeons with people than I've had to on my own. Gyrating glare, but that sounds so weird. Thancred, can you keep it in one place? Ooh. Ziggy takes care of all. Ow. Didn't appreciate that. Yeah, I'll transfer the Euro message. Hot, hot. Travel up the down staircase. How very Charlene to obsess over useless details. Wow. Oh my baby Stola. Fucking dunking on Alvin, oh my god. Oh, that's we're both caught up in the hand of this, so we're both 9 oil. I will post centaurs. Not like flying big centaurs or anything, just centaurs. No, not what I was expecting. From everything, so I get it from my attack close. And a wind up Viking and a wind up man. Games of when, yeah, now you got fire. Oh. Get there. Only just didn't make that one. Needs to sit up. My arm's gone dead. Oh, me vibe. I'm just gonna put. What? Okay. One sec, gonna have a drink first. Gotta stay hydrated after all. I'm still dead. Ooh. Hit it. How could you eat that? being Falco, red one's being Thunder. Love nothing. Yeah, that seems about right, honestly.
Release!
I don't appreciate this in the slightest.
Away with you!
Right, what about this freaking tantrum roller?
Away with you!
Welcome to the doll. Just want to go so that's okay. Don't care about the treasure coffer. We out of here. Okay, yeah. Oh, nice stretch.
Hear, feel, think.
Hello.
Through time and space hast thou journeyed unto me, as I knew thou wouldst. We are the word of the Mother. We, who were once called minfilia. Much time hath passed for thee since the bloody banquet, since I hearkened to her word. Mother, Hydaelyn guided me towards Y'shtola and Thancred, that I might be swept up in their flow and delivered unto the ethereal sea. There, adrift and alone, her voice silent once more, I prayed for those we had lost, for those we can yet save. To her I would make an offering.
You offered your body as well, didn't you?
We speak now with one voice, one will, one word. Unto thee we bequeath the most precious of gifts, the truth which lieth at the heart of this world. Thus do we beseech thee once more. Hear, feel, think.
Sorry, minfilia, you're coming back with us one way or the other. Get your ass out.
Before there was life, in the depths of the ethereal sea, light and dark did once dwell as one. But the darkness coveted power, and the balance was broken. Thus was I forced to banish him unto the distant heavens, to forever remain apart, a moon bound. In sundering the star did we cry out, and the barriers twixt planes chanced to falter. Across 10 and 3 were we then divided, reflections of the source, each possessed of a shard.
Across 10 and 3 were we then divided.
Zodiac longeth to be made whole. For his restoration, for his resurrection, his servants labor without cease. They seek to tear down the barriers which surround the source. Thus do they rejoice in their ardor, in your calamities, for each marks a rejoining. Seven times have they succeeded. 7 times hath the darkness grown stronger. 7 times have I failed. The Ascians cannot be suffered to continue. This is my final. The crystal's power is all but spent.
Hey, Elise.
With what remains, I will return you to the shore of the ethereal sea. Blessed children, Go forth and seek. Seek.
You've had another vision, haven't you? Let us return to Master Matoya's cave. Everyone will wish to hear what you saw.
I don't think he's well.
Still in one piece, are we?
Yep.
Well, did you learn anything?
We're essentially trying to find Minfilia again. Oh, it seems like she made a bargain with Heidelin.
The word of the mother. I'm not sure I understand.
Nor am I. Cryle?
As unbelievable as it sounds, I see no reason to doubt her. The word's tale. No one was more sensitive to the will of Heidelin than Minfilia. And if Heidelin has grown so weak that she can barely make herself heard, it is not hard to see why Minfilia, having joined with her, might struggle to maintain her own form.
What? Why would she need to maintain her own form? Are you saying she's gone? But that cannot be! Not now. Not after all we have accomplished. We were meant to usher in the dawn's light together.
She threw herself on the fire to fuel your dawn's light, boy. You'll just have to usher it in on your own.
I love Matoya. She's amazing.
Must you be so ungentle?
Yes.
Tell me about the Scions, boy.
The scions of the Seventh Dawn lay before Eorzea's salvation. Whenever the realm is threatened, be it by Primal, Ascian, Garlean, or any other, we take up arms in her defense, that all in Eorzea may live to see a brighter tomorrow.
And that's very noble of you. But in chasing after these lofty goals of yours, you seem to have lost sight of some basic truths. To win a war, you must be willing to do whatever it takes. To fight, to kill, and if necessary, to die. The path you've chosen is paved with the dead. Walk it with your eyes open, or not at all.
I know the truth of which you speak, and have from the first. If the Ascians will go to any length to resurrect their god, then we must needs be as committed to our cause, to unmask them and their schemes, and to crush them both utterly. Come, there is much to be done.
Damn.
Yes, of course.
Thancred, wait!
Why should you wait?
No, this is all wrong.
The person that was devastating him has essentially made a deal with Haydn. And is most likely never to return. So we as we must. What greater calling could there be than to stand against the dark as defenders of the light? And yet, where does it end? The sacrifice, the loss. I must ask that you not breathe a word of this to any of the others at the Rising Stars, especially Flahavi. I will brief to Taru on what we have learned, as well as Orianji. You may have insight into what the word told us. As for you, Dante, after all you have done, I would say you have earned a rest. Bugger off, I'm never gonna rest, and you know it. I'm never gonna actually get that chance. But speaking of well-earned rewards, I received a missive from Sir Emmerich while you were away. It would seem he is planning a ceremony of some sort, and would like you to attend. He did not divulge the details, preferring instead to explain in person. Mayhap you should pay him a visit. Okay, we now have a little froggy minion. Well, seems like we've obviously minfilia for a while. If at all. Master Havoc, the Lord Commander left instructions that you were to be shown inside.
Pleasure to see you again, my friend. I take it you received our invitation.
Yeah.
Good. You of all people should be present. When the true brothers of the faith seized control of the vault, I feared the worst. Yet in adversity were we blessed with the promise of peace between man and dragon, through Vidofnir's timely rescue of an innocent child. Timely, I say, though miraculous or providential might better describe the event. The gods themselves could not have devised a more fitting symbol of hope. Needless to say, we could scarce let such an opportunity pass us by. Which is why I set about making formal arrangements for a peace conference between our peoples. You and yours have done more to bring us together than any, and it is only right that you attend.
Woo! Party time.
But I confess that is not the only reason I would be glad to have you there. Given Nidhogg's implacable opposition to the peace, it is possible that he and his followers may attempt to disrupt proceedings, in which event your presence would be a comfort to all in attendance.
Of course.
Pray understand, I have no wish to invite the Worm's ire. But if our fractured nation is to heal, if we are to move forward as a people united, then we must do whatever is necessary to bring about lasting change. Tis nothing. Tis nothing. Lucia cautioned me against giving vent to my passions, lest my wounds reopen. It has not been easy reaching out to our opponents in Ishgard, many of whom sympathized with the actions of the true brothers. But in so doing, we have limited the influence of the zealots.
Oh.
The people are ready, my friend. This conference must go ahead. I knew you would understand. The conference will take place on the border of Ishgardian and Dravanian territory in Falcon's Nest. Lucia is there seeing to the final preparations even as we speak. Pray join her at your earliest convenience. It would not do for the guest of honor to arrive late, after all. Oh, and one more thing. A drink. We should make time for one. Once the conference is concluded, I mean. By my reckoning, 'tis long overdue.
I could do with a drink right now if I'm honest, man. Lucia. The Lord Commander said you would come down today. As you can see, preparations for the conference are proceeding apace. Mark well the curtain above. It conceals the relief that will be unveiled during the conference. The Masons Labor Day at night to see it finished on schedule. Sir Emmerich wanted a symbol which would endure long after this conference is concluded. I think he will be pleased with the result. It was not my war, but I made it right. To see it draw closer to a resolution fills me with a strange hope. Whose face is infectious, is it not? This certainty that we can be better than we are. Forgive me, I am wrongling. You must be tired from your journey. Go, rest. I will not keep you. Again. I don't get to rest. Nice try though. If you would rather not take a rest, then why not take a walk around Falcon's Nest? Make your presence known to the people and so forth. In addition to those who have come from far and wide to attend this ceremony, you may meet Lords Artorial and Amenelang, who have graciously volunteered their services. They should be glad to see you. Now, if you would excuse me, I must needs return to my duties. I'm glad to see that the rumors were true. Well met, Master Havoc. Fear not, I've no intention of begging your aid with this or that. The thing appears to be in order. My only lingering concern is that one of the convictors might not have been informed of our plans. As I recall, Vidofnir may pass directly over their encounter. The last thing we need is a glory-seeking nobleman attempting to slay a Dravanian ambassador to a peace conference. Ah, don't worry. I'm more than happy to go out of my way and do that if need be. Do you know when everything's set to begin? I wasn't sure how many might come, so I thought it best to come early and find a spot with a great view. When I heard that Sir Emmerich was planning to make a speech, I knew I couldn't miss it. I mean, the man risked his own neck to rescue those hostages. How often do we get heroes like that in this day and age? And he's more than a fighter too, he's a thinker, he is. He's got plans to better our lives, to change things. And he'll do it, by the fury. Me and my friends and family, we all believe he can do it. Nice to see people actually have some faith. Bloody exciting, isn't it? Not just peace with the dragons, but with all them heretics besides. Don't misunderstand, we've all got a healthy fear of being bathed in dragonfire. That being said, the heretics did far more to hinder our efforts here in the past. So hearing that we're close to reconciliation comes as a great relief. How much has changed since we fought alongside each other in the vault? If you had told me that we would soon be hosting a peace conference, I would have thought you a naive fool. Yet here we are, preparing to make that fantasy a reality. And here I am, laboring to make it so. Lord Artorial, if I may. Certainly, First Commander. How may I be of service? Some of the conflictors are refusing to stand down. The majority were willing to do so, but a small party have instead pledged to engage any Dravanians bound for Falcon's Nest. Fury take me, they would defy Sir Emmerich's commands? If they dare attack Vidofnir. It will not come to that, but to see that it does not, we must needs hasten to their encampment. They should be far more reluctant to oppose us were a Lord of House Forton present. I understand completely. Let us depart at once. But ere we do, I must ask, would you look after Amenelaine while I am away? As you know, he has ever been an impulsive, changeable child, but recently he seems to have been suffering from a bout of melancholy. I thought to lift his spirits, but I haven't him assist with guard duty. A simple but honourable charge, unlikely to expose him to danger given the presence of so many other knights. Alas, he has taken no interest, and I fear he may abandon his post in my absence. All I ask is that you keep an eye on him until I return, exhausting though that may be. Thank you, my friend. I promise we will not be long. I'm rather busy at the moment, old boy. Guarding this tavern, as it were. Oh, I see now. Artorial thought I might be derelict in my duties, eh? The nerve of my brother to question my dedication. But since you are here, mayhap I can put you to proper use. The wasteland beyond the walls must be kept safe for travellers, yet I have been forbidden from leaving Falcon's Nest. It wouldn't do for our esteemed guest to be devoured by wolves, oh no. Yet that is precisely what will happen if we do not call the Roman packs. Your mount, if I may. Right there. Those are the points our scouts marked for patrol. I'll leave you to it, old boy. Come, Honoroi. I must return to my rounds. Oh dear, do be careful, my lord. Look, this giant bird. I has new mount, a giant bird. go. Sorted. Dante Havoc, Wolf's Bane. Pleases me to inform you that I have completed my rounds and that all is well in Falcon's Nest. Oh, and there was a grizzled fellow looking for you. You know, the one who made that arsonist confessed. Clever that. Ah, you want about Thancred? Thancred, was it? He was asking after you. Anyway, once I noticed the garish weapons he was sporting, I deemed it a waste to leave him be. I dispatched him to an area and neglected to mark on your map. Yes, this one. If you hurry, he might still be there. God damn you. Okay. I just died to the final boss event of the country. Oof. Fancy meeting you here, Dante. Ooh, hold on. It was fortunate I came when I did. These two would not have fared well against the wolves on the roam. The young lord wasted no time taking advantage of you, did he? And me, I suppose. Let's return to Falcon's Nest then and see what other thrilling tasks he may have for us. And there they are, a pair of gallant heroes if I ever saw them, comrades in arms, reunited at last. By your selfless sacrifice have you guaranteed the safety of our many guests. On behalf of Ishgard, I thank you both. And with that, there is naught left to do but to enjoy our well-earned respite. Oh. Yeah, we're going with the max portion. Oh, and this should of course go without saying, but let's keep those last few favors between us, yeah? Artoria wouldn't understand. Right then, the first floor of those barracks has been converted into a tavern for the duration of the conference. Why don't you go and have something to eat? For once, a suggestion with which I agree. Go on ahead, Dante, I will join you on that. Someone had a bit too much to drink.
Welcome, welcome. Find yourself an empty seat and I'll be with you in a moment.
God, Yorkshire much. Jesus.
Cold out, isn't it? Here, a mug on the house. Let's get some colour back in them cheeks.
Aww, thank you.
Freed food will be a bit longer than usual. We've got a lot of hungry folk to feed, what with the conference and all.
Makes sense.
Oh, so many people with cause to celebrate. To think there could be peace in our time, after all them years of fighting. When I heard about the conference, I knew I had to come. I knew I had to be here, to do my bit. My husband, he died fighting the dragons, you see. And here we are, about to break bread with him.
You were right, my friend. You look tired. Reckon you could do with a good long rest? After all you've done, I'd say you've earned it. Sleep now. Sleep. Sleep and leave us to our affairs.
Well then, so much for her being an earnest maid.
This was never your fight.
Yeah.
My son. They told me he walks in Hallone's halls. Him and the rest of his unit.
They told me the same.
I expect they think it's comforting. Every time I come, I cry. I cannot bear to remember, but to forget would be 1,000 times worse. Yet that is what they would have us do. Accept this truth for the sake of peace. Bury the past and look to the future. But he was my future. My flesh and blood. My heart.
Is this it? We're the only ones with the courage to oppose this madness? Cowards, a lot of them.
They think only of the prize, of the peace Sir Emmerich promises them. They know in their hearts it's a lie, but they go along with it anyway, desperate fools. But not I. Not I! I see the worm that killed my brother in my dreams every night, and I will not rest until he lies broken at my feet. Him and every last one of his accursed kin.
All this nonsense about Kings of Eld, as if I care what they did or didn't do. Makes no difference to me and mine. Have the dragons sued for peace in 1,000 years? Are they bollocks? It's a bloody ruse is what it is, and Sir Emmerich and the rest of them bloody fallen for it.
But what can we do? They believe, and naught we can say will ever change their minds. Whether we like it or not,
Man and dragon will come together at Vulcan's Nest, and all will be forgiven. Forgiven and forgotten.
No. I will not let that happen.
Oh?
They will remember the true face of the enemy. I will show it to them. And we will rise up against them once more.
So now the question is, how long are we going to be out for?
Hey! Hey! This is no time for napping.
Oh, bollocks. Hey, thancred. We were clearly out
Do you
for a
have your
while.
wits about you? Good. Come with me. We have a crisis on our hands.
Oh, bollocks. How bad is the crisis?
Hear me, brothers and sisters. Do not be fooled by the honeyed words of the Travarnians. The peace they promise is but a prelude to slaughter. Remember your husbands and wives never returned from war. Your children torn apart by fang and claw. All your loved ones shown no mercy. Does not your heart cry out for vengeance? Your blood boil at the injustice? Remember the face of your enemy, brothers and sisters. Remember it, and strike back!
You there! Don't just stand around gawping! Do something, man! Stop her!
Yes, my lord.
See here the true nature of the Highborn. With lies and deception they lead us to our doom. And dare we raise our voices in dissent? Death is our reward.
He got you in the arm.
This is the choice they have given us, brothers and sisters. Death by dragon's fang, or death by nobleman's command. Death to all we hold dear. I spit on your choices, noblemen! You will take no more from me! No more! No more!
Stop her! Coincidence is meta. Yeah. It's freaking stupid. Oh. I don't think you were meant to kill her.
What have you done?
I only did as you ordered, my lord.
He said to stop her, not to kill her.
I gave no such order. I did not. I never meant for anyone to...
Yeah. That wasn't just attempted meta, it was literal meta. I dare say that you could not have played out any worse. Given that the first commander and Lord Artorial are not here to take control of the situation, I spoke with the messenger who said that they would be returning shortly, but until they do, naught will be done. Lord Menelaine has retreated to the barracks and is refusing to speak to anyone. Don't blame them. My wife and I fell while fleeing with the others at first. The two virgins tended to our bruises afterwards. Those mad fools have ruined everything, and for what? That's a good question. They were wrong to resort to violence, but when I heard her speak, her words were as a dagger in my heart. Who are we to decide that enough is enough? That their cause for justice can never be answered? Will this be the end of it? Or will there be others like them and the true others? I do not want to bear steel against my kinmen ever again. I do not know if I ever can. I'd heard the rumors that the young lord was a drunken fool. What imbecile thought it would be a good idea to let him have the run of Falcon's Nest? Well, I say him and Sir Emmerich take their bloody change and shove it up their arses. You're taking him by that rot again. Oh, you've decided to fall for a friggin' words, didn't you? Bloody imbecile. What about you? Have you changed? Yep. Friggin' idiot. All it took was one person. Well, what say you? So, the violence has passed, but the people are far from recovered. It is to be expected. For the moment, it appears that no innocents were harmed by the guards. The blame for all casualties can be placed squarely upon the protesters. Nevertheless, the people will not soon forget the image of a young lordling ordering the public execution of an unarmed protester, one whose words resonated with the hearts of many. After all, who among us has not lost loved ones? Let's see, augmented Hellfire Blade, Hellfire Battle Axe, Hellfire Guillotine, Hellfire Katana. Yeah, looks like I'm going with the silver pieces. Lord Artorial and the first commander should have returned by now. To the tavern then. The first order of business will be to speak with Lord Menelaine. I somehow doubt that he has moved in illness since last we saw him. Most likely. If he has decided to move, bless Jesus. Young lordling just says stop her. Never said anything about killing. My apologies, Dante. I bear full responsibility for this debacle. There will be time for that later. I, for one, am more concerned about picking up the pieces. What do we know? According to initial reports, the protest was orchestrated by the young woman whom Lord Menelaine ordered shot. She and her conspirators infiltrated Falcon's Nest, posing as servants and guests. Several were taken alive, others resisted and were struck down. Still, others took their lives. Our forces suffered casualties as well, but by the grace of the Fury, no civilians were seriously injured. Still, more remarkably, the ringleader yet lives. For the time being, at least. The chirurgeons are doing what they can for her, but she may not live through the night. Given their impeccable timing, it is like that the convictors who drew us away from the hamlet were in league with the protesters. Accordingly, we have detained them for questioning. I was one of these villas spent as much effort plotting the failure of these peace conferences, we did its success. Well, if the mood of the hamlet is any indication, theirs have been the more fruitful labours. In the wake of the protest, the people seem disillusioned. You spoke with them then, I see. Sir Emmerich placed his trust in me. It will be difficult to explain what has happened here. Remember how far we have come, First Commander. The people's faith may be shaken, but we convicted them before and will do so again. If we can but find a means to remind them, to show them once more the promise that change holds for all, then this tragedy too shall pass into the past. We must pray that you are right. Nevertheless, for the time being, I have no choice but to suspend the peace conference, pending Sir Emmerich's final decision. Under the circumstances, I cannot leave Falcon's Nest. Dante, will you deliver my report to the Lord Commander in my stead? I mean, I don't really have a choice, do I? With all my notifications on the phone. Get up, Elaine. You're going with him. Go on without me. I was not asking. You will answer for your actions in person. Is that clear? Yes, my lord. Come, Monoroid. Your manservant is not here. In fact, I have not seen him for some time. Monoroid? Monoroid! I could have sworn he was... There's a little boy. Alright, you okay?
Onawa! No, no! What have they done to you? Onawa! Onawa!
Is that you, my lord? You seem rather flustered.
Because of you, you imbecile! What in the seven hells happened to you?
My apologies. Some few of the guests expressed a wish to leave, and I implored them to stay. It would seem they took issue with my request.
Oh, gods forgive me. If I had only been more careful with my words.
Do not blame yourself, my lord. I know that you and your brother have Ishgard's best interests at heart. That poor woman. She lives in the past, clinging to the memories of the lost. But the future holds so much promise, so much joy. And you know that better than any.
calm yourself. The boy will live. But it's imperative we get him inside and into the care of a Chirurgeon without delay.
Oh, we were so close! Why does it all have to fall to pieces? Don't they want to live in peace? Don't they want to be happy? We all want the same thing! And still it falls to pieces! Oof. Tell me, what was I supposed to do? Someone, anyone, tell me, what was I supposed to do?
Stop looking to others. You make your choice and you live with the consequences.
And what would you know about consequences? You who always know just what to say and just what to do. Your every deed is greeted with a round of applause.
Oh boy, that was a wrong move. Oh! Thancred just knocked him out.
You know nothing about me. I have fought tooth and nail for the people I hold dear. Done everything in my power to save them. And I have failed. Learn to live with it. I have.
Thancred just beat his ass in one punch. Straight up floored him. Holy crap. I may have overreacted, but it needed to be done. It was becoming hysterical. I understand the desire to look for reasons, for excuses, to convince yourself you had no choice. But the past is the past, and there is naught to be gained from reliving your mistakes. I know this. But he? Shame they're not as strong as the ones I've got, because otherwise I would actually have those. I have no desire to wait for the lordling to emerge from his puddle of self-pity. I have important matters to attend to in Ishgard. Yeah, that's a fair point. Gets the ironworks armor that she's wearing. She's busy in a cutscene. You're expected, sir. Proceed. Yeah, but I'm expected. Hmm. You don't want to know what befell me, though. I was drugged. Murder, the demonstration and its resolution outstripped you, Dante. Every man, woman, and child of Ishgard has heard the tale. It is rumored that my youngest lack of judgment was to blame. Of course, such stories are prone to exaggeration. What exactly came to pass? I see. So that is the truth of it. Regardless of his intent, the result is undeniable. It has furthered the cause of these misguided few who cannot let go of the past. In an instant, the delicate peace we were poised to forge is once more beyond us. To dwell so deeply on the war and the vengeance it begets, only for that to be taken away. Is it any wonder that they were left bereft? For what was this sacrifice? Have we naught to show for our suffering? I thought peace a sufficient salve, but maybe our power was mistaken. We are warriors, Lord Edmund, and ours is a nation built on centuries of warfare. Right or wrong, this is who we are. We deny it at our peril. To hold on to the past without being beholden to it. Aye, we must needs find a way to honor the sacrifice of our forefathers, without glorying in their excesses. A difficult path, to be sure. We dare not deny the scars which mar our nation's soul, lest we spare other disillusioned souls to retrace them. But as you say, we dare not revel in past glories either, for they are tainted all. A clear, unambiguous enemy, and an undeniably righteous cause. 'Tis a bitter reflection, but lies though they were, they did long serve to unite us. No truth will ever serve as well, I fear. Yet, we are not without options. At our last meeting, a proposal was tabled by the other members of the Eorzean Alliance for joint military exercises, to strengthen the ties between our nations, and test our readiness to meet with a common threat. I thought to delay these exercises until after the peace conference, but mayhap a grand melee would be just the thing to lift our beleaguered spirits. Better still, an occasion for the Temple Knights and the Watch to take the field as allies. A unified Ishgardian force filled with men and women from all walks of life, which would stand against a coalition of the allied nations' fight, posted by Ishgard in the shadow of the gates of judgment. The victory under circumstances would serve as a reaffirmation, a declaration to all and sundry, that we are as strong and united as ever. Such a victory would do much to fan the flames of patriotism, it is true. But if we should be defeated, though even to hold our own against a team of 3 nations might be presented as a triumph. Very well, you may count on my support for what little it is worth. However, I have a request. I would have my son Amenelek take part in the Grand Mail. By his deeds has he brought shame upon Ishgard, so by his deeds I would have him bring our nation honor. As you wish, my lord. That is his desire, then it shall be so. Now then, we have no time to lose. Dante, would you be so kind as to deliver my instructions to Lucia? I shall write to the Alliance leaders at once and begin making arrangements for the Grand Melee. Should you chance to see my son, pray inform him of his duty. If he has not already returned, he will soon enough make in every effort to avoid me. Yeah, that was surprised he wore up the scorn of his father after all. So that is their solution. A grand melee to unite the people. What part would they have you play, Lucifer, I wonder? You, whom they have taken into their confidence, on whom they have come so heavily to rely. And will you oblige them? When the proposition is made, will you stand for Ishgard once more? Poor choice of words. For friends tried and true, then living and the lost. So for this grand melee of his son, it wishes to field a force comprising both his temple knights and Hilda's watch, yes? I imagine what she will have to say about that. In fact, curiosity compels me to go and see for myself. Well met, Dante. Have you spoken with Sir Emmerich? Yep. I was about the Alliance's request. Sir Emmerich would turn these exercises into a spectacle for the masses. It is not that I doubt the efficacy of such a plan. Indeed, I know its effectiveness only too well, having witnessed it firsthand. Nevertheless, he has not once given me reason to doubt his intentions. These are desperate times indeed. I will select knights for the event forthwith. As for the watch... Did who know? How considerate of Master Thancred to seek out our young watch commander of his own volition. Alas, he acted prematurely. Pray deliver this list of watch candidates to Hilda. I would have her best men, not her most dispensable. Thancred's been telling me all about Sir Emmerich's grand soiree. Seems we're expected to join in. It's nice of him to invite us and all, but I hope he knows what he's doing. Because we ain't dressed to dance with professional bleeding soldiers. Well, seems the first commander's gone and handpicked her guests. Can't say I disagree with her choices, though. She's got a good eye. Will you be fighting too? Reckon it'd inspire the lads if you were. Might take their minds off getting their hides tanned and all. Think about it, eh? I hate to ask, but you haven't seen our favourite lordling, have you? I thought not. On the assumption that he is not to be found in his father's loving embrace, I suggest we split up and look for him. I'll search foundation and you the pillars. Dude Cozy is where he normally hangs out. There you are in Menelane. carried on a while to the manor. Our best chirurgeons are tending to him as we speak. He is yet to wake, but surely he will. So father has volunteered me for this grand melee of theirs. My beloved family, always making my decisions for me. No, it's not like that, it's just, oh, you wouldn't understand, how could you? You are free to be the man you want to be, whereas I am a son of House Fatal, don't you see? My future was determined before I was born, what I could and could not do. Right or wrong, that was the way of it, until the old order began to crumble. Now we wander amidst the rubble, searching for a purpose, for a place. All around me, brave men and women rise to the occasion. With faith and conviction, they dedicate themselves to their causes, but not I. I was terrified of making the wrong choice, which is why I let the better man make them for me. Do this, do that, take this duty, guard this conference. I suppose I had convinced myself I was above it, until your friend showed me otherwise. When I saw honor, I wanted to scream. I wanted someone to blame, but in the end, there was only me. So you see, I cannot meekly bow my head and accept father's command. Such cowardice is what brought me to this point. I will go to Sir Emmerich and I will make my own decision. Whilst it's good that you're starting to stand up for yourself, maybe this is one of those occasions where you do just meekly bow your head down. Considering you are the one that's caused some BS to happen. Yeah. Yeah, just allow it this one time.
Lord Commander, if I may, I wish to speak with you before the Grand Melee.
Proceed.
How do you do it, my lord? How do you lead with such certainty, when so many of our countrymen will not hear of peace with the Dravanians? Some of them hate you almost as much as the dragons themselves. They decry you as a patricide in the streets. They even tried to kill you, for God's sakes. Yet still you march on, undaunted, where no archbishop dared to tread. What is your secret? Where do you find the strength?
For centuries, our nation has been punished for the sins of our forefathers. If our punishment is to end, I believe we must right the wrongs of antiquity and move forward as a nation united. Needless to say, my father did not share this opinion. He did not believe the people strong enough to bring about their own deliverance, trusting only in himself. Tyranny seemed to him the only solution. But I have faith in the people, Lord Amanalain. I have faith that they will weather this storm and overcome every trial we set before them. Many have fought and died to see this blight upon our nation's history cleansed, and I would not let their sacrifices be in vain. Though we invite reprisals, the risk is worth the reward.
I want to believe. I do. Lord Commander, through my careless orders,
A pall has been cast over these proceedings, and I beg the opportunity to make amends. I, Emanolaine de Forton, do hereby request leave to take part in the Grand Melee.
Who am I to deny such a heartfelt plea? We would be honored to have you join the fray, my lord.
You will take charge of the Ishgardian forces?
For all my other responsibilities, I am still Lord Commander of the Temple Knights, and I would not soon yield this duty to another.
The esteemed Sir Emeric leading the Temple Knights and the Watch into battle along with my youngest. I could wish for no more.
Then you wish for too little, my lord. There is another who might yet join the fray. An indispensable ally to whom we owe much and more.
You're on about me, aren't you?
An adventurer beholden to none, who nevertheless chose to champion our cause, who has shared in our suffering and in our glory. A warrior without equal, who I am privileged to call a friend. There is no one I would rather have fighting by my side. I ask this in full knowledge of your obligations, and will not think less of you should you refuse. But if your conscience will allow it, might you oblige me, my friend, one more time?
Oh, come on, you know that I'm never gonna say no. Mainly just because my character can't say no. I will say yes to everyone in hope.
Together we shall give the people a spectacle for the ages, a celebration to mark the dawning of a new era.
God, help me, I think it might be love. I dare say it might be cheating too. And my presence is enough to turn the tide of mouse bubbles. Did you see the way his eyes lit up when he nodded? It was a look of boundless relief and joy. One would think a politician more practiced at concealing his emotions. Still, his honesty does him credit. For a moment I was fair inspired to pledge myself to the cause. But that would be proper. This is their fight and yours, not mine. Well, I'm welcome to if you want to fucking go on their side for a bit. Oh look, I'll get my little victory email. Let's see, augmented longbow, musketoon. To be fair, that's actually weaker than the one I've got, I think. I want an MMORPG game where the main character speaks and is self-aware sometimes in cutscenes just goes, I want a slave, stop asking me to do your dirty work, right? Oh, Christ. Augmented Hailstorm Ward for Thaumaturges and Black Mages. And a Hailstorm Grimoire for Arcanists and Summoners. Sir Emeric informs me that the Alliance leaders have agreed to his proposal. The Grand Melee will be held here in the shadows of the Gates of Judgment, and in sight of the capital. An announcement has been made, and Allied forces are currently en route. The eyes of Ishgard are upon us, Dante. You must not fail. A rare opportunity to see you pit yourself against Allied forces outside of Carteneau. Perhaps I would not miss this for the world. Gates of Judgment just outside. We both know Dante wants to scream at several people because he hasn't had a night sleep in months by the season of it. You're not wrong. There are times where I just want to use a Fantasia to just like put a bunch of bags under his eyes. Just to make him look so freaking dead. Right, I will be back. I'm gonna just quickly go to the toilet first before we do this, because I need to pee. So yeah, I shall be back. Just give me a bit. Right, I'm back. Arrived back from the toilet. Ooh, bloody left leg though. Feels like the knee's freaking going a bit. There he is. I say, when you didn't appear, I began to question. Nothing. Never mind. To think that we are mere moments away from facing the cream of Eorzea's soldiery in battle. That I am mere... But what if... Oh, and I need a drink. Oh, what am I saying? I have to stop imagining the worst. I must think of the victory, of the glory, of the stories I will tell Onawar when he awakes. You doing this for yourself? Feels like it. I'm very old, boy, are you? Don't be calling me old. I might look it due to the amount of bags under my eyes, but I'm not old. By the Fury, how could I forget? Father bid me present this to you. I know it is sudden, but we believe the men would find it inspiring if you bore the colours of House Forton into battle. Pray, do us this honour. Some of your gear will be glamoured, your attributes and abilities will be unaffected. Alright, fair enough. So it's just going to be glamoured to look like House Forton's colours for a bit. Oh, stretch.
Let all here present heed well
the rules of engagement.
The Grand Melee is a large-scale battle in which an allied company of Ordan, Vidanian, and Luminson forces will be pitted against a company of Ishgardian forces. Excuse me. When a combatant is incapacitated, the opposing company will be rewarded tactical points. The first company to attain the designated tactical rating of 100 points is declared the victor. During the Grand Melee, officiants may mark certain combatants with the Fury's Gaze, which will be indicated by an ethereal tether linking them to their company's flag. While defeating most combatants will award your company 1 tactical point. Defeating marked combatants will award your company 10 tactical points. Marked combatants also possess enhanced attributes, rendering them more powerful and more difficult to defeat. Defending and defeating these combatants is the key to victory.
For the honor and the glory of Ishgard!
Time for the Grand Melee.
All is ready then. Very well. Brave men and women of the Eorzean Alliance, let the Grand Melee begin!
Can't believe Arbon is doing this with just one hand. Oh. Wiki. Ooh, I'm the fastest. In general, lob on me. Oh, this'll be fun. Cyclops! Cyclops! Everyone on your guard! Alright, thancred, what are you gonna do? You just uppercutted a Cyclops! What the frick, Thancred? Continue the melee. I will deal with it. Friggin' Thancred just uppercutting a Cyclops. What in the hell? Dark Sword. You heard the man, back to it. All forces, form a line on Dante now. You want it to just be me and you, don't you, Elmore? Well met. I will not lie, I was hoping it would come to this. So then, shall we dance? Damn it all. Time to face the Bull of Alamigo. Dante has helped Ishgard win the Grand Melee.
Did he win? Then we...
Victory is ours! Ishgard! Ishgard! Well fought, my friend! You truly are the warrior of warriors.
Thank the Fury you were on our side.
Oh, my lungs are burning, and I can barely stand.
I was expecting that eagle to just shit on his head.
I didn't think I could do it, but then I did. We did. We faced the Alliance's best, and together, with one heart, with one purpose, we prevailed. After 1,000 years of hardship, of strife and bloodshed, we are strong enough to rise to any challenge, be it on the battlefield or beyond. The future holds so much promise, so much joy. We need only show them the way.
Truly magnificent display, Sir Knight. While doubtless less than pleased, I am quite sure the Grand Companies are honored to have been bested by such valiant warriors.
The honor was ours, Your Grace.
I am pleased to see that Ishgard's proud martial tradition is being upheld. When the time comes, I trust you will fight alongside your brothers and sisters in the Eorzean Alliance with the same fervor you displayed in opposing them. I note that our friend elected to take the field in Ishgardian colors.
At my behest, Your Grace. If we have given offense, the blame lies with me.
Fear not, Sir Knight. It was a surprise, nothing more. And any hint of ill feeling was thoroughly dispelled by the spectacle of our mutual friend's duel with General Raubarn. On the subject of surprises, I could not help but marvel at the passion and unity of purpose displayed by your countrymen, given the troubling reports we have received of late.
I shall take that as a compliment, Your Grace. The events to which you allude are the price of change. The end of the Dragonsong War marks the beginning of a new era for our nation, and for the people, high and lowborn alike, who will lead her into the future.
Ah, yes. The people. Change is indeed a perilous thing, for we who seek it, and they who fear it. I shall pray for Ishgard, and for you.
Well, that made for a refreshing change. Congratulations on your victory, by the way. Ishgardians certainly seem happy with themselves. I, for my part, am merely glad you did not strain anything in the process of single-handedly winning the battle for them.
Ouch. I mean, true, but ouch. What about you? You seem to have taken a bit of a strain due to that Cyclops.
Tis but a scratch, I assure you, and I will not suffer you to worry over me. Not when we have a dozen far more important concerns. Make that 2 dozen. Still, as Y'shtola never tires of telling me, we can but face them head-on one at a time. One day at a time. As Minfilia would have done.
What are they on about here? I should probably look into getting flying nets as well. Soul's balls, I'd forgotten what it was like to feel so alive. Not since the Bloodhounds have I had the privilege. Not since the Bull of Alamigo hung up his swords. Back then the outcome might have been different, but I do not begrudge you your victory. I know how far you have come. How much you have endured our fight only confirmed it. We shall have to do this again one day when time allows. I shall look forward to it. Now go. Go to the Ishgardians and celebrate your victory. You have earned it. Come, Pippin. Her Grace is expecting us. Lead on, Father. Said your goodbyes. In all the years I have known Larbon, I cannot recall ever seeing him look so happy in defeat. Well, everything seems to be falling into place, does it not? These Guardians have claimed their symbolic victory, and the Eorzean alliance has been strengthened in the process. Be proud, Dante. You made this happen. You have learned the emote victory. Let's see what the emote looks like. Aye, we do a little jig. We have done it. Nay, you have done it. You have you have brought us the victory we so desperately needed. There is naught left but to return to the capital. Come, let us see what reception awaits us.
My lord!
Honorwa, my boy. Shouldn't you be in bed?
Thank you for your concern, my lord. But I have largely recovered from my ordeal, and I have naught but several scars to show for it, which I have been told some women may find appealing.
I see. And to think I was worried sick over you.
I'm not sure I understand, my lord.
Well, let's put that theory to the proof, shall we?
My lord?
'Twould seem that a great many things have occurred in my absence. I thought I might begin to make amends by welcoming you in person.
The messengers spared not their chocobos to bring us word of your victory in the grand melee. I cannot well describe our elation when we heard the news. It called to mind the day we rejoined the Eorzean alliance, and I glimpsed hope rekindled in the eyes of the people.
The Fury herself ushers us into a new era. Sir Emmerich, the time is now.
Aye, that it is. Reconvene the conference and summon Vidofnir to Falcon's Nest. We will make peace with Hraesvelga's brood and hasten this bloody war to its end.
Yes, Lord Commander.
I will send word to Artoirel and bid him resume preparations. Emanuele, you will place yourself at your brother's disposal. He will be glad of your assistance.
No stopping it now, is there? We should inform Stola and the others.
My dear friend, I doubt I will ever be able to thank you enough. But when the conference is successfully concluded, I damn well mean to try.
I should hope so. They say you dueled General Valbar within a ring of flames. I did not think the man so ostentatious. Would that I could have seen it. After we parted ways in Matoya's cave, I returned here to speak with Tataru. We agreed to tell the others that our search for minfilia had reached an impasse. I subsequently learned that you had left for Falcon's Nest, but I thought it best to keep myself for a time. I am wont to rely on you overmuch when we are together, and I needed to think, to reflect. I still do, I suspect, but matters here seem to be coming to a head. In short, there are some things I feel I must say, though nothing so urgent that it cannot wait until after the conference. So let us make for Falcon's Nest, and see if Lord Artorial has need of our assistance. How Well met, Master Havoc, and thank you for looking after my brother. They say he fought bravely, that he did not dishonor his house, but you, my lord, to you we owe everything. As you can see, we have made every effort to strike while the iron is hot. We made our intentions known, and that all would be welcome to attend. And so they came. By the grace of the Fury they came. The ceremony will not be a lengthy affair, but there is still much to be done. I would speak with you more, but I must see to my duties. As for you and Master Alfie now, you will do naught but enjoy yourselves. Is that clear? If any dare beg your assistance again, I will have words. Well, there you have it. We have been forbidden from meddling. Shall we wait, or have you other matters to attend to before the ceremony begins? Let's wait. Excellent. I only hope Thancred and the others will not be late. Epochal events do not come around very often. We actually get a bit of a break, Reese. We don't actually have to do anything for once. Holy shit.
The appointed hour approaches.
Aye.
She begged leave to watch the proceedings. I saw no reason not to grant it.
Should I choose to deviate from my prepared remarks, I ask that you trust in my judgment.
Have I ever done otherwise?
Relax, it's the one that saved a child from falling off the bloody church.
Ah, how long it hath been since our peoples met thus, children of Thordan, even by our reckoning.
Vidofnir, daughter of Hraesvelga, we give thanks for your visit, and bid you welcome to Falcon's Nest.
Our sire bade us hearken unto the whispers of our hearts. They spoke to us of a paradise lost, of bonds of brotherhood which they yearned to see restored.
Ours too yearn for such a restoration, and they have guided us here this day, that they might yearn no longer. Brothers and sisters, ye who stand as witness, hearken to me. Since the days of Eld, when the bonds betwixt man and dragon were sundered by our hand, our peoples have known only war. Bloodshed without end, losses beyond counting, and still we fought. And still we fought. Some wounds do not heal. The dead cannot be returned to us. But we, the living, can yet choose another course. Here and now, we can lay down this burden, this hatred, this vengeance. Our forebears fought not so that we could die, but that we might live. So let us honor their sacrifice and spare our children this death sentence. Let us gift them a new legacy. Life.
Betwixt our peoples yawneth a divide deeper than the deepest abyss, wider than the widest sea. Generations will live and die ere this divide is bridged. Knowing this, doth thy heart yet yearn for peace, son of Thordan?
Look now on the legacy we would leave to our children. A dream of peace, inscribed in stone for generations to come.
Father and his beloved, as they were so long ago, happy and at peace.
Where's Falcon and Shiva?
The dream they shared shall be ours once more.
Estinian.
Your bow!
Bit off near.
Child of Dravania, art thou grown so forgetful that thou wouldst forsake kith and kin and consort with the spawn of Thordan? That thou wouldst dare contemplate peace? Hearken unto me, all of you! The final chorus is nigh, and all will be held to account. All will bathe in the flames of retribution. Till the coming of that day, look you on your sins and despair, for none shall escape my wrath. None shall escape my revenge!
7 hells. Nidhogg.
Hells, take that worm! While he lives, we'll never know peace.
Something is no wrong.
Aye! There'll be no end to this war till Nidhogg is dead and gone!
So let's kill the bastard and be done with it. Death to Nidhogg! Death to Nidhogg! Death to Nidhogg!
Death to Nidhogg! Death to Nidhogg! Death to Nidhogg! Death to Nidhogg! Death to Nidhogg!
Death to Nidhogg!
There they go, the last of the guests. Having come hither with hope in their hearts, they depart with hatred and bloodlust. Until the moment I saw him strike, I still held some small hope that what you are seeing in as his law was an illusion. Perhaps he acted without hesitation, as did Sir Emmerich. For mercy, Vidofnir's wound was mortal, or so Lucia tells me. The dragon was spirited away to Anixtine to receive care from her brethren. We can but hope her recovery is swift. But such was surely Nidhogg's intent, to deliver a proclamation not only to the children of Thordan but to his kindred. War is coming, and ye who do not stand with us stand apart. She was an example, a message to her brood, another instrument of his vengeance like Estinian. When I said I wished to speak with you about the conference, I confess I was envisaged rather happier circumstances. If anything, however, this latest tragedy makes the need more pressing. There are things I must say, not to the warrior of light or even my fellow sire, but to you, Dante, my friend, but not here, no. But of course, the intercessory in Camp Dragonhead is still open to us. Let us go there. I have a lot of like normal side quests here, to be honest.
Forgive me. That took longer than expected. You seem puzzled. Oh, these. I thought something warming might not go amiss. It was not all that long ago that we sat here, you and I. In our very own falling snows, as Lord Horshvon called it. I still struggle to believe he is gone. And Azelle too. I had such hopes for her. Master Matoya asked me what it was all for. Why we fight. And why we die. Were I still commander of the Braves, I would doubtless have replied, for the future of Eorzea. But I'm not that man. Not anymore. I needed a new answer. One that I could live with. And when I saw Estinian at the ceremony, I knew at last what it was. I do not want to be a man who sacrifices his friends and family for a cause. I want to fight for Estinian, and I want to save him. When Nidhogg leads the Horde into battle, Ser Emeric and his forces will do what they believe must be done. That is their choice to make. Yet even if Ser Emeric is willing to forsake Estinian, I am not. We must fight for him, for he is our friend and ally. We may struggle, we may fail, but we must try. We will. I know we will.
Thank you, Dante. It isn't fair of me to embetter myself in this manner, time after time, but I am glad that you permit me nonetheless. You are my true friend and ally. Though not all of our fellow sons will support our stance on Estinian, I have faith that we will win them over in due course, such is the infectious power of hope. Right, that is quite enough solemn introspection for one day. I think we would both benefit from some time in the company of Tataru. She stays for us at Fortune Manor. Let us not keep her waiting any longer. Yet again we walk an all too familiar path. I am reminded of when we first came to this manor. Lost and uncertain, we were granted succor in our hour of need. We were saved. Now it is our turn to retain the favour. Hear, hear, let no one say that the Scions do not repay their debts. After all, what kind of people would we be if we forsook our friends? If we stopped looking for Yida and Papalymo, or if we gave up hope of bringing minfilia back? Though she knew it would cost her dearly, minfilia reached out to us to deliver a message. She believed it was imperative that we understand the true nature of this star, of the rift between Zodiac and Heidel, and of the Ascian's aspirations. But for all that has been revealed, I cannot shake the suspicion that there is much yet we have to learn. In any event, I think it's time we step back from the fray and carefully consider our next course of action. It will not be easy to turn this tragedy to triumph, but we will find a way. We will.
Of all the ways for it to end. Even before his transformation, I could feel the worm's hatred swirling about Estinian. The terrible, all-consuming rage. Enough to fuel a 1000-year quest for vengeance. It was all I could do not to run away screaming. But Ishgardians, nay, all Eorzeans, are made of sterner stuff. They face danger and death on a daily basis, and understand what it takes to win a war.
Think not too deeply on Master Matoya's words. Her intent was but to steal our resolve. That, and to remind us to look beyond these passing conflicts to trials greater still, to the truth which hides at the heart of this world.
So that's your aim, is it?
You disapprove?
Not at all. I believe it's traditional for the student to follow in the footsteps of the master. And you are so very alike.
Change. That great inexorable wave was upon us, and soon all of Ishgard would bend to its will. For all our sins, for all our scars, the future for which we had long yearned was at last within our grasp. But it would be bought at a heavy price. For in those twilight hours did Nidhogg cry out for vengeance, and his brethren raise their voices for the final chorus of the Dragon Song War.
Caution, Yida. That is all I ask. Do not be so eager to place your faith in them, not until we know more. Ah, Master Havoc. It is well that you are here. You are wanted within. Leave myself and all wishes away. Ah, Dante, there you are. Have you a moment? There is something I would fain discuss. I must ask you to recall the events which unfolded at the peace conference, though I dare say you would sooner forget them. My mind returns again and again to the moment when Nidhogg appeared before the crowd in the guise of Estinian. It was a sight to chill the soul, but one which gave me reason to hope that our friend might not be beyond salvation. When he described his fateful transformation as his lair, I feared him lost forever. But the mere fact that some semblance of his former self endures must surely count for something. Alas, I have no evidence to support this impression. Thus did I turn to Y'shtola and Cryo for a more empirical appraisal, and full glad I am that I did, for it would seem they have some observations of their own to share. The ladies have saved us a table at the Forgotten Night. Shall we go? Excellent. Let us not keep our honored colleagues waiting. Geronimo!
We have kept you waiting over long, I fear.
Not to worry, Alphino. We had some rather fine mulled wine to keep us company. Truth be told, you could have delayed your arrival a few moments more.
Gibrion got the spicing just right this time. His latest batch is not only delicious and warming, but soothing to the humors.
Indeed. But 'twas not to soothe our humours that we gathered here.
Ah, no, quite right. The matter of that poor dragoon.
You have discovered something. A means to save him?
Let us not jump to conclusions, shall we? Assess the facts presented, then make an educated analysis, as you were taught.
Pray, cast your mind back to the moment of Estinian's transformation. Do you recall how you described it to us? You spoke of the sudden pangs which racked his body when he took up both of Nidhogg's eyes, and of how his form was twisted thereafter into a shadowy semblance of the Great Worm.
When he appeared at Falcon's Nest, the worm's eyes were fused to his mail.
Would that only his armor had been corrupted. Snaking forth from the eyes, I descried dark tendrils which entangled his very being. His ether has been all but smothered.
Then he is lost to us forever?
What did I just say about jumping to conclusions? Y'shtola clearly stated all but smothered. As I later discovered, her impression matched my own. Though Nidhogg's presence filled my mind's eye, beneath his seething aura, I sensed the merest hint of something else. And after listening to Y'shtola's observations, I became more certain of my suspicion that the something else I had sensed was, in fact, the trace of a different will, submerged in the sea of Nidhogg's rage.
You mean?
Yes, 'tis like that Estinian spirit yet lingers.
Can we not wrest him from Nidhogg's grasp, then? Tear the eyes from the armor?
We know not if that would serve to separate Worm's soul from man's. None have ever attempted such a feat.
Should it offer even the faintest hope of success, then by the gods, I shall be the first to try.
Alphino, By all means, hold fast to your hope, but be mindful of the dangers. Even should you succeed in excising the eyes from the Dragoon's mail, we have no way of knowing if your friend's soul would survive so violent a separation. And that is to say nothing of the possibility that his would-be savior might become Nidhogg's next host.
But what other choice remains to us? Should the opportunity present itself, I will tear those foul orbs from Estinian's armor and trust in the resilience of his soul, even at the risk of mine own.
God, you're an idiot at times, Alfie, now.
Ah, I found you at last.
Hmm?
A messenger of the Temple Knights came to the manor some few hours past. The Lord Commander humbly requests the company of the Warrior of Light and Master Alphino.
Oh.
Sir Emmerich would speak with us. Very well, thank you, Anawa.
'Twould seem duty calls. Pray see to yours, and we shall return to ours.
Thank you, Y'shtola, Kryl. Your words have given me hope where there was none. Come then. Sir Emmerich awaits.
Alphino is allowing his feelings for this Dragoon to cloud his thoughts. I worry he may do something rash. Keep an eye on him, would you?
Of course.
They think more of their friends' deliverance than their foes' defeat. But will history commend their fealty or condemn their folly?
The conference held at Falcon's Nest was to be a celebration of the reconciliation twixt man and dragon. But the lingering shade of Nidhogg, clad in the flesh of the Azure Dragoon, did mark the occasion by spilling the blood of his own kind. A timely atrocity to remind the children of Ishgard that the Dragonsong War was far from over. And when fear gave way to fury, the call to arms rang out anew. Death to Nidhogg. Death to Nidhogg.
What news has Sir Emmerich to share with us, I wonder? Hopefully something good. I want to hear about Vidofnir, hoping that she's better. Might Sir Emmerich perchance have received word of a Dravanian advance? May have to have located S. I have to say, may have Nidhogg have been found. Come. I would hear what the Lord Commander has to say. You really need to, you know, try and not be so focused on SD right now, over now.
My friends, I thank you for coming.
You have had news of Nidhogg?
Alas not. Our scouts range far and wide, but they have as yet found no trace of the Great Worm.
We dispatched an elite unit of dragoons to reconnoiter the churning mists, but even they returned empty-handed.
A pity.
Fear not, Alphino. We shall see the worm again soon enough. His words at Falcon's Nest attest to that. Indeed, he is like to come sooner than we would wish.
I assume Ishgard's defenses are being bolstered as we speak?
With all haste. I mean to call upon every able-bodied warrior at our disposal, from the Knights of the Four Houses to the men and women of the Watch. But I did not summon you to discuss strategy.
What then would you have of us, my lord?
I will speak plain. Now that Nidhogg is possessed of both of his eyes, no mortal force we can muster will repel him. That being the case, we must needs recruit an ally of equal strength.
So in other words, you want me to beat up Nidhogg?
You speak of Hraesvelga?
Oh.
I do. To whom else could we turn?
That he is Nidhogg's equal I do not deny, nor can I name another. But convincing the reclusive creature to do battle with his own brood brother will be... how shall I put this?
It will be no small undertaking, yes. Estinian's report was most particular about Hraesvelga's unwillingness to involve himself in the affairs of men.
And yet he helped Israel.
But much has changed since your visit to Somal. And if there is even a chance that the dragon may be swayed, I must plead our case. Whatever price the dragon asks of me, I shall pay it. Such was my oath, to defend the people of Ishgard. Come what may, my friends, the battle with Nidhogg will mark the end of my tenure as the acting head of church and state. Will you help me discharge this final duty?
We will, my lord, though I fear our involvement offers no guarantee of success. Come then, we will depart at your leisure.
Thank you, both of you. The city is yours, First Commander.
My lord, we shall pray for your swift return.
It grieves me to impose upon you in this manner, but you of all people understand the threat we now face. It is no imposition, Sir Emmerich, that Dante and I, Ishgard, is as a second home. After the many battles we have fought and the bonds we have forged, the plight of your nation has become our own. If there is aught that we can do to aid in its salvation, then pray impose all you must. You are true friends. Shall it be about our task then? We have no way of knowing when Nidhogg's shade will strike, but we must assume that time is not our ally. Indeed, with that in mind, I have taken the liberty of dispatching a messenger to inform Mistress Tataru that you will be escorting me to Somai. I confess, I did not provide the exact details of our destination as they are as yet unknown. We will summon Hraesvelga as Zenith from the Chain of Mists. Ere we begin our ascent, however, I think it best that we pay a visit to Anix Tribe. You seek an advantage in the coming negotiations? I do. I will consult with Vidofnir. Propose this in part of our concern for her condition. Were she to succumb to her wounds, it could have grave consequences for our alliance. That apart, she may be able to provide insight into her sire's current state of mind. Well reasoned. To the Dravanian Fallens, then. Oh, excuse me. Man, this tower is derelict at times. Really think about maybe, you know, getting people to repair it. I know you don't trust man, but rid of me. Ah, 'tis the warrior of warriors and his companions. What bringeth you to mine abode? Pray forgive us for disturbing your recuperation, Vidofnir. I hope your wound does not pain you overmuch. Didst thou imagine me close to death? The thrust was deep but not mortal. I will heal in time. Full glad am I to hear it. We're the guest of honor at our conference, and we failed in our duty of protection. On behalf of Ishgard, I apologize unreservedly. I am a dragon, full grown, and thou thought to protect me, mortal. I was tempered by the fires of battle ere thy great grandsire learned to quarrel. Thy words do remind me of a knight whom I called friend some 1,000 years past. He swore to defend me from harm and hardship. That we could return to that era of peace when man and dragon knew such camaraderie. Would that our every effort to do so were not undone by our ancient rancor. For a truth, there can be no peace while Nidhogg's shade yet lingers. That much is plain, yet we lack the strength to banish him. Thus do we make for some hour to beseech the aid of your sire once more. Folly, thou knowest as well as I he rules. Praise Velga's heart remains unchanged then. A pity, but if it is folly to hope, I am content to die a fool. As hath ever been the way with thy kind. Go then, but be warned, the Shade's presence hath driven its minions to frenzy. Thank you, Vidofnir. We shall disturb your rest no longer. Let's go with a nice bit of spiced cider for a reward for that, yeah? Though I expected no better answer from Vidofnir, I take little pleasure from having been proven. Seeing that our presence at Zenith will be every bit as unwelcome as I had anticipated. But what is the ire of one great worm to a trio of self-confessed fools such as ourselves? Let us begin our ascent. Scout ahead if you wish, Dante. We shall join you outside Malcolm. Sail on to the churning mists, Sir Emmerich. I had heard tales of the world above the clouds, but never did I dream. One's mind paints a pale picture of its majesty. Few live to see such wonders. I'm reminded of my first visit to this peak when Estinian and Isao yet walked at our side. Papa. Is that you, Dante? Ah, if it isn't Mog. Don't tell me you forgot my name, Kupo, after all we've been through together. But at least you remember me. You do remember me, don't you, Dante? Moglin! Oh, bollocks, it's Moghan. Sugar. But putting our shared history to one side, what brings you and your friends to Moghan, Kupo? Ah, another audience with old Hraesvelgr. Well, I hope you brought the horn, Kupo. With the winds as gentle as they are, a good loud toot should reach the Great Worm's ears easily enough. Ah, that is good to hear, Morgan. Thank you. We had best press on to Zenith while the winds are in our favor. I'm sorry, Morgan, I got your name wrong by accident. Now that was unexpected, Kupo. Chieftain Moglin will want to hear about this. Ooh, sorry, Morgan. Didn't mean to get the wrong one. I'm so glad I managed to actually go ahead and actually like get all this stuff on stream so that like it's gonna make this trip a lot easier. You dare summon me again, mortals?
Great Hraesvelgr, 'tis not lightly that we beg this audience. Pray hearken to our words, for they concern the future of man and dragon both.
Greetings, Hraesvelgr. I am Emeric de Burrell, acting ruler of the nation of Ishgard. I am come before you to parley on behalf of my people.
Parley. Thinkest thou thy purpose concluded? Thou art come to beg mine aid in the battle against the shade of my brother.
You foresaw mine intent.
Alain has
I but read that which is writ plain in thine eyes. Would that thou had written enough to scribe the answer in mine. My beloved Shiva did once build a bridge twixt man and dragon, a bridge which thy treacherous forefather saw fit to tear down, as thou well knowest. Thinkest thou Nidhogg was alone in despairing at the murder of our brood sister? Thinkest thou mine own soul did not cry out for vengeance? Know then that upon that accursed day my heart did wither in my breast, and thy kind became unto me the harbingers of despair. 'Tis only Shiva's gentle dream that prevented me from flying at Nidhogg's shoulder. Be grateful that I swore to abjure aggression ere I consumed her. I permit my children to offer or deny thee aid as they see fit, to warn thy people of the brood brothers coming, that thou must dare ask more of me, but affirmeth thy incurable arrogance.
We understand that in your despair at man's betrayal, you seek only the refuge of solitude. But despite your protestations of spent faith, do you not still nurture the smallest flame of hope?
Perceivest thou such light in the dusk of mine existence?
I do. If you claim I see falsely, then tell me, why did you consent to bear a Zell upon your back?
Zell. Pity has deluded his ale. The child did lament her past sins and sought to balance the scales with her remaining days. 'Twas her unquenchable passion, so alike to that of my beloved, which did spur me into flight. And for mine own part, I would countenance no longer the hands of evil man to use my brood brother's eyes for ill.
So you do distinguish between those who acknowledge and repent their sins and those who perpetuate them. Interesting. It seems to me that you have not, in fact, lost faith in mankind as a whole. Rather, you weigh our respective merits by how we allow the past to influence our future.
Spare me thine idle sophistry. Even were there a mote of truth in thy reason, what of it? Wouldst thou have me slay my own sibling to save a city of mortals?
Should we suffer ties of blood to bind our hands, then? Nay, if the crime is one of unconscionable evil, we must needs condemn it, even should the transgressor be our closest kin. When my father corrupted himself and his followers with the power of a primal, I beseeched the warrior of light to slay him, an act alike to patricide. That he did not die by my hand matters little. If anything, it heaps greater disgrace upon my name. But had my father not fallen, he would have drawn countless thousands into a holy war of hellish proportions, which I hold the greater crime. Thus did I order his execution, sparing the lives of my people and yours. Alas, your brother Worm now prepares to murder those whom I sought to spare. What is more, he has taken my comrade's body for his own. But if I must slay my dearest friend to defeat my direst foe, I will not flinch from my duty.
Thou must strike down thy friend, and, by example of thy righteousness, persuade me to break mine oath and kill my kindred. Hello, Midgard Soma. Heed me, my child. The servants of Heidelberg envision a different outcome. They intend salvation not only for Ishgar, but for the doomed dragon slayer as well. Believest thou that shade to be Nidhogg return? Is it not merely a manifestation of his vengeance? The shadow cast by thy brood brother's village. I would not command thee, but ponder well thy cause, lest it lead thee unto greater remorse. Nidhogg's transformation into Lady Incarnate is part of mine own doing. I rendered unto him mine eye and empowered his revenge thereby. 'Tis the purity of my brood brother's wrath that lendeth him his all-surpassing might. Hast thou the strength of will to stand against so terrible a shadow island? 'Twould seem I must put thee and thy companions to the proof. I shall await thee in the rooms wherein Ratatoska once dwelt. Heed well the words of my children, and hasten thee to the place of thy trial. I believed I spied a wyvern landing just outside the palace. It is doubtless one of the children of whom Hraesvelgr spoke. Come, my friends, let us not keep our escort waiting. Imperious wife. Hey, softies. How are you? My broodmates and I will bear you to the place of your trial. Make your preparations. Hope you're doing well. Doing good, just logging in to continue with the SNQ as well. Fair. As you can see, I'm getting closer and closer to the beautiful Dragon Song War. Well, the beautiful ending of the Dragon Song War, I should say. I'm doing good. I'm having to like make sure I keep hydrating because it's getting very warm where I am. It's holy Christ, that is high. 27.5 degrees in my flat. Jesus. Yeah, I'm having to hydrate quite a bit. Seeing you log in now.
You underestimate me. Focus. Release.
Enchanted fun, love it. So what have you been up to? Have you just woke up, or have you just got back home from work? What have you been up to today? And I do appreciate you hopping into the stream. It's nice to see that my FC hopping in. And able
to. Away with you.
I did ask if I could advertise the stream in the Discord of the FC, but I wasn't given an answer before I started streaming. So I don't want to decide to advertise without permission.
Away with you!
Positional. Got a friggin' joke I stuck in my head. Chieftain Moglin, what the hell? Oh, there goes the friggin',
You underestimate me.
there's the music for freaking Mogamo. That is one hell of a song. It's gonna be stuck in my head now. Gotta mount that place, that's something as well, which I didn't realise until I was using it last time. Yeah. That noise was from Emmerich or from the bird or what? Because everything all of them from me. Yeah, it sounded like one from the bird. I thought you ever really need to choose limit breaking these things, but you know. Well, so when you're doing a justice to it, I hate the fact that these have just hatched from eggs and we are beating them down. Oh, Jesus Christ, these poor cockerels. Just hatched and we're having to beat them up.
Focus. Release.
I don't think the models have that. now we've got to defeat a hippogriff. How are you doing, Mr. Lynch? I love hippogriffs. Depicted on the first, neither first Rogan nor don't be what it does. Thank God I remember this dungeon now, because I remember the first time. Oh Lord. This thing was a pain. First into it. I don't care if I take it up to do it. There's Helen getting hit right on.
Down with you!
The answer of shame.
With you.
Thou hast weathered my trials so far, but I have not seen. I would try. love an articulated dragon. The designs for some of these dragons are beautiful.
Away with you!
And I use these in D&D with the design of some of the dragons. But they are nice. Fight against the great Volgar itself. Nope, getting out of that.
Underestimate me.
Ow.
I have my pride.
Okay. Was not expecting more than one of them. Ooh, goes to show how often these dungeons are played, because they're not played often. I tend to get the lower dungeons when you do like leveling and stuff. When it comes to the level 50, 60s, or the 80 dungeons, even they're not as... But the heavensward ones don't really pop up all that much from what I've seen. In one of my previous characters anyway. So it just rolls the dice, and most of the time it's around me bomb. Right, let's do that again. Yes. Leaving your cop on
Away with you!
underestimate me.
Whoa. Never get on close to me. What are you, AI? I'd be taking friggin' 2 lots of that damage then if you had done that.
Away with you! Third of his HP. Away with you!
This tank busted me. What am I going to do? I did a few 1,000 at least. Excuse me. I was hoping I could shuffle the 8 that I've got, but I can't. It looks like it's only 7. Yep. Even bereft of an eye, my brood brother was a fearsome foe indeed. But having tasted thy strength firsthand, I do begin to see how thou didst bring him low. Heidelin chose her servants well. Very well, I shall trust in the seed of man one last time. But thy deeds shall the flickering hope that lingereth yet within my heart be kindled anew, or extinguished forever. That thou yet stand is very proof of your determination as mortal. That you yet stand. That thou yet still art. Let us fight as allies then, and together banish my brood brother's vengeful shame. On my oath, the wrath that once was Nidhogg shall meet its end. This I swear on the memory of my beloved Shiva, and on the soul of the lost Isaeon. Oh, well, my poor ribs, that was a painful reminder of the great worm's might. And had he truly meant his harm, we would not be standing here now. Plainly, his intent was to teach. His onslaught forced me to recall my training about the speed of the dragon, his balance, his blind spots. It was, in short, a very thorough lesson. Just give me a bit. I know. That piece of my thumb's nail that's just being a pain in the ass. Ow, 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 ow. Good boy. Dante, let me begin by congratulating you on your completion of your trial. For one with a name more befitting a jester, you fight with the savagery of a rabid demon. Do you see how my wings are kinked? Even my palm aches. After this drubbing, I fear my loyal subjects will have to bear the load of my personal chores for quite some time, Kupo. Possibly indefinitely? What? When I told you about Dante's trial, I didn't mean for the rest of us to suffer. Oh, that's unfair to Moghan. That's triple shifts for you, Moghan. Triple? But that's not fair. There's no justice, Kupo. None at all. The Mughals.
Our negotiations proved rather more strenuous than I had anticipated, but the results seem well worth the effort.
The battle was indeed hard won. Thank you, my friends. I would never have earned Hraesvelga's cooperation had you not seen fit to grant me yours. 'Twas your stalwart heroism that moved the heart of the Great Worm at the last. Any gratitude I can offer is but poor reward for your continued service to Ishgard.
'Twould seem our final reckoning with the dread worm is at hand. I only wish we had some inkling as to when he means to strike.
How about now?
The cry heraldeth his coming. Nidhogg's shade hath taken wing.
It has begun. We must away to Ishgard.
Am I seriously already near the Dragonsong War? Like, am I seriously right near the end of it? Already? I was not expecting this. Jesus. I'm gonna be in Stormblood at some point by the looks of things. And enter the... Yeah, wow. I was not... Ishgard will not last long against Nidhogg and his horde. We must away. I was not expecting to get to this point already. I thought maybe another stream or two, but not now. Jesus. Know you then what this war portendeth?
Aye. I must return to my city without delay.
And we shall lend you out. Let us meet with Nidhogg on the field of battle, and together bring an end to his wrathful soul. As well as your mournful. I get to ride for a Svelga. Love it. Are we actually about to ride the dragon? Yes, I get to ride for a Svelga. Now that is fantastic. That is certainly one way to enter the fields of battle. On the back of a great dragon.
Remember your training! We hold fast until the Lord Commander returns. Ugh. We must hold.
We better be coming in soon because these guys really need it. Welcome back, Reese. You're just in time. We're at the Dragon Ball song section here. We're near the end of it by the looks of it. Which means we're near the end of post Heavensward, I believe.
By the Fury. That one is the size of Nidhogg.
Coming into the battlefield right in the back of a dragon. Here we go, boys.
You are late, Warrior of Light.
Easy there, Artorial. You have to do shit. Wherefore standest thou with these vermin, brother?
Still walking.
Abandon this war shade. The suffering thou sowest serveth me. The traitor's progeny have learned of their forefathers' betrayal and seek now to make amends with our kind. Never shall our grief be assuaged, nor our loss forgotten, but reconciliation may yet halt the spread of this plague of enmity. Forsake thy vengeance, and be at peace. I'm gonna take that as a no from Nidhogg. What soft-headed ramblings are these? Thy dalliance with that vile maid hath robbed thee of thy wits. Mayhap her cloying perfume hath made thee forget the stench of our brood sister's lifeblood. That, if anything, just pissed off Resvalda there. Thou darest speak thus of my beloved? So the flames of rage may yet be kindled. I feared thy heart's fire had long since gone out. But waste not thy fury on words, brother. Thou shalt have need of it for the battle. Is this about to be a dragon on dragon fight? Is that what we're about to see? Oh, hell yeah. Don't tell me Resvalda just got crushed. Oh my god. Thou art weak race, Velka, a slithering worm who fawneth on the vermin, who should rightly be his prey. For 1,000 years have I fought without cease, and thou didst think to prevail against me? Glory not in thy victory shade. The battle is not yet won. My power and my hope have I entrusted to another. Thine eye, what hast thou done? Sup, fucker? Fool! Thou wast just a mortal with thy strength. I know thee. 'Twas thou who didst intrude upon my land, and best a half of me. But now I am home, and naught in creation shall deny me my vengeance. The final steps of faith. Sacrifice. This might take a while to get in.
Why must you turn to empty beliefs? Tell me why break trust? Why turn the past to dust? Seeking solace in the abyss. Tell me why create a circle none can break? Why must you let go the life you were bestowed? This I fear I'm never alone.
Degrees Celsius in the flat, Jesus Christ. I'm slowly bloody roasting at this rate.
Children of the land, do you hear echoes of truths that once rang clear? Two souls intertwined, one true love they did find, bringing land and heavens near. But flames that burn full bright soon fell dark. Memories dimmed by shadowed hearts. In the waxing gloom did wane the
Yeah, but to be fair, with it being the last heavensward trial, it doesn't surprise me. Oh, never mind. There we go.
one soul's cry, a passion within.
Come on, just the last DPS, come on. Sacrifice
abidably to her kin.
There we go.
Yet this bond of hope century was broke, scattering her words to the wind.
Go. The best fight of heavensward. thing is, right, this is the award-winning expansion that they put with, that they allow you to play up to for free, like as a free trial. Like you can get the base game plus heavensward for free, I think. It's like some sort of or some sort of free trial. I'm not entirely sure, but I think that is actually true. And I'm not surprised that they put the award-winning expansion as part of it. So, this entire story to do with heavensward has been fantastic. I think they actually managed to nullify some of the damage there. But I think I took a second damage. Oh, they're done. I received a player accommodation, surprisingly, even though I think I was the only one that actually died.
Estinian!
Is this to be mine end? Nay, I will not allow it. I am of the first brood. I am vengeance incarnate. I am Nidhogg! Thou shalt die by my hand!
This is not your hand, worm!
Thou wilt obey!
I would ask one last favor of you, Warrior of Light. Finish me, now, while I have the beast subdued!
You waste your time! Kill me! It is the only way! Ending Nidhogg will be my final duty!
No! You can't die like this! I won't let you!
Soul's cry, a passion welling within. Sacrifice, a final plea to her king.
The eyes! Cast them into the abyss!
Yet this bond of hope by treachery was broke, scattering her words to the wind.
He lives. Ah, Estinian, my ill-fated friend. Lucia, summon the healers. I want them ready to receive him.
At once, Lord Commander.
Allow me to do this much, at least.
horde has sensed the fall of their master and scattered to the winds.
You have my gratitude, Hraesvelga. Your deeds this day have saved a great many lives.
Then our alliance hath served its purpose. Thou didst wield the power and granted thee well. 'Twas thine own skill and not mine eye which earned thee victory. Be more than happy to give you your eye back. No? Okay. As long as keep the power of it. I wish thy companion a swift recovery. Fare you well, children of man. I'd be more than happy to give you your eye back, you just had to ask.
The battle is won. We can do no more for Estinian now than bear him home and wish him well, even as Hraesvelga did. The rest we must trust to the hands of the healers and the grace of the gods.
Honestly, just walking and using your sword as a way to help. Oh Christ, yeah, I don't blame you, mate. I really don't blame you. Jesus. Through the haze of pain, I swear I sensed. But no, the past is done and we must look to the future. At long last, Nidhogg is gone, his foul spirit cast out once and for all. I only pray that Estinian survives the ordeal. We all do, trust me. Your battle with Nidhogg Shade will beget many an epic ballad, Dante, and rightly so. It was, without a doubt, one of your more epochal victories. Though I must admit that I took greater joy in seeing you emerge from the experience unscathed. And not only for your own sake. Had you not been there to aid me, those infernal eyes would still be fused to Estinian's mail. Yet even with Nidhogg gone, I cannot help but wonder how much of our friends remain. Let us pay a visit to Lucia and beg news of his condition. No, Nidhogg is gone. Nidhogg is no more. Upon separating the eyes from the mail that's worn by Estinian, his spirit was essentially had no host to go to anymore. He essentially tore it from Estinian. Dante, Master Alfino, my honoured friends, as if winning Hraesvelga to our cause were not enough, you took it upon yourselves to rid us of his brood brother. I know not how to thank you. My own contribution was hardly noteworthy. The true saviours of the day were Dante and Estinian. One triumphed over Nidhogg Shade through strength of arms and the other through strength of will. And speaking of Estinian, what news of his recovery? The Escher Dragoon was conveyed to the infirmary, where he now resides under the care of our hospitalier captain. I am told he has yet to regain consciousness. But as you know, Estinian's mind and body were held hostage for many days. We must be patient, and allow the process of healing to begin. In the meantime, you will do well to rest and recover from your own ordeals. But surely, Sir Emeric is never long from Estinian's bedside, and will send word the moment there are any developments. Now, if I have satisfied your concerns, I believe Lord Edmund and his sons are more eager to celebrate your return. Very well, First Commander. Come, Dante. It would seem that we have awaited at Fort Home Manor.
The heroes of the hour return.
We but did our duty, my lord. It was the memories of fallen friends and not our heroism which saw us through at the last.
I gave every ounce of my strength, but mine efforts would have counted for naught had the Warrior of Light not arrived to challenge the Great Worm. As a sworn knight of Ishgard, I had hoped to do more for my city.
Well, we cannot all be heroes, dear brother. Let us put away our pride for a moment and revel in the valiant deeds of our comrade. For your sterling service to Ishgard, we salute you.
Blimey, Menelaus decided to actually mature a bit there. Normally he's a prideful one. Yeah, he's saying to just put the pride to the side for a bit.
Subject of valiant deeds, I believe I myself have earned some small measure of recognition. Under my watchful command, the ballistas of the Outer Ward struck down a veritable swarm of Dravanian invaders.
My lord's command was certainly watchful. He bravely watched as the siege crews took aim, and continued to watch as countless wyverns met their end. Indeed, the ward's defenders proved so well drilled that my lord had little occasion to stop watching.
Well, I was gonna try and keep you honest, mate. Nice try.
There will be time enough to determine who is most deserving of recognition later. Our friends are doubtless weary from their exertions. I had chambers prepared in expectation of your return. You are welcome to retire at your leisure.
I am most grateful for your hospitality, my lord, but I believe I shall pay a visit to the Temple Knight's Infirmary. Pray excuse me.
I have to go see Estinian.
Our master Alphino has grown. The plight of his stricken brother-in-arms pains him more than his own hurts. In which respect he has come to resemble you, Warrior of Light. Go then, visit the Azure Dragoon, and grant him what comfort you may.
I'd have preferred the bed, if I'm honest, at this point. Been through enough as it is. Dante, my friend, what can I do for the savior of Ishgard? You seek Master Alphino. Ah, he came to relieve me of my vigil a short while ago. When he begged to sit at Estinian's side, I could not well refuse him, though he would sooner faint than admit it. The boy must be exhausted by his Velgish trial and all that followed. Estinian is blessed to have such devoted comrades. Yeah, well, comments of you as well. Let's see. Wind Up Emmerich, Dragon Song Orchestra and Roll, yes. My own friendship with Estinian began some 10 years past, shortly after we joined the Temple Knights. I learned his name soon enough, but Estinian barely registered my existence. I was less a fellow recruit and more a shadow which occasionally darkened his path. And so I might have remained had fate not seen fit to intervene. While out on patrol, our company was set upon by a dragon, and we were the only two to survive. The experience forged a bond between us, as such life-threatening situations are wont to do. Despite our friendship, he remained an intense and solitary youth, wholly obsessed with blame and vengeance against Nidhogg. Revenge was ever at the forefront of his mind. Revenge for the death of his parents and revenge for his younger brother. I would venture that, in Alfinor, he sees something of his lost sibling, and in the ungentle chidings of Estinian, Alfinor has found the elder brother he never had. Truth be told, Estinian's tactless observations have saved me from disaster more than once, and I can well understand Alfinor's affection for him. He is a friend for whom I would gladly. Lord Commander, your presence is required in the infirmary. Is he? Tell them I am on my way. Oh, I want to hear more. Oh, trust me, we have the time. We have the time.
Estinian!
Cease your mewling, boy. It grates my ears.
Ha 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 ha. Oof.
Forgive me. When I saw you awaken, I could not... It was such a relief. We feared you might never wake up.
Now, Estinian. If Master Alphino thought any less of you, you would still be Nidhogg's plaything. Or dead.
Aye, 'twas but a jest. I thank you, Alphino. And you too, Warrior of Light. Quite how you managed to persuade Hraesvogr to aid in his brood brother's downfall I cannot imagine. But full glad am I that you did. Yet again, you have achieved the impossible.
I, for my part, owe you an apology. When last we met, I did willingly loose an arrow at your heart. Can you forgive me?
There is naught to forgive, Emmerich. You but acted in defense of Ishgard as is your duty. Were you any less single-minded about it, I would not follow you into battle, nor trust you at my back. Besides, I had come to the selfsame conclusion, that I would have to perish for Nidhogg to be stopped. So let us dispense with the hand-wringing. I have heard enough mewling for one day.
Oh!
The tendrils of Nidhogg's foul presence bound up every fiber of my being, usurping my senses, but I yet retain some trace of awareness. The worm's mind was as a vast and tumultuous sea. Endlessly its black waters churned, his grief and despair at Ratatoska's murder never calming, never receding. Driven by this surging current came wave upon wave of unrelenting rancor. It was the very image of my own heart. There I saw the dark reflection of the hatred I felt after Nidhogg slew my family, when no path remained save vengeance against dragonkind. Neither one of us had a choice. But I was blessed with something Nidhogg was not. Comrades and teachers to console and admonish me. Had I not had them to gainsay my obsession, it would surely have consumed me as Nidhogg's did him, and we would have been in all respects alike. Though his shade is banished, his spirit scattered upon the sea of clouds, I feel no joy at his passing. Where once I craved vengeance, I now crave rest. Lord Commander, my hunt is at an end. I would lay down the mantle of Azure Dragoon.
Right, don't focus on his extremely long neck for some reason.
My friend.
He has tired himself with too many words. I doubt not that he will make a full recovery, but he must be allowed some few days of quiet.
I too must see my path to its end. Sleep well, my friend.
Following the battle with Nidhogg on the Steps of Faith, Sir Emeric called an assembly that he might make his final proclamation as acting head of state. 'Twas there, with one decree, that the 1,000-year rule of the archbishops was ended, paving the way for a new republic. The governance of Ishgard would now be placed in the hands of high and lowborn alike, their ranks represented by the newly founded House of Lords and House of Commons. Church was separated from state. The foundation for change had been carefully laid, and the reforms proposed by Ishgard's new government passed into law without incident. His duty done, Emeric de Burrell gladly stepped down from the Archbishop's dais, only to be raised unto the highest seat in the House of Lords. Though he strove at first to refuse this honor, the unexpectedly strident voice of the Count de Durandare left him little choice but to accept. And so it was that the winds of gentle revolution came to stir. Prominent among the many honored guests at Sir Emeric's investiture were the ambassadors of Dragonkind, a fitting symbol of Ishgard's newfound peace. The people looked on in awe as he soared through the heavens on Dragonback. And by their cheers did they hail him an azure dragoon for a new age. Thus were the notes of the dragon song rewritten, the din of war giving way to a rising litany of peace and hope.
From the Memoirs of Count Edmund de Forton, Heavensward. I was gazing out at the sea of clouds in an all too rare moment of idleness when I chanced to behold a certain hero wending his way towards the city on Dragonback. Welcome home, Dante. Nay, 'twas no grave matter that moved me to greet you in person. Between you and me, I merely sought respite from the pressures of office. No sooner do I surrender my role as temporary head of state than I am burdened with a position of more permanent responsibility. I fancy that it echoes in some small measure to the way you must feel when your improbable feats of heroism are rewarded with still more impossible challenges. The myth which guided our society for generations lies in tatters. Am I then to be scorned for building upon the system of nobility that I once sought to tear down? And what strange jest is this that places me at its pinnacle, an archbishop's bastard at the head of the House of Lords? But these questions are for me to answer. It is not in man's nature to change overnight. This I learned through painful experience. It was this hard lesson which convinced me to take the path which we now follow. Even as we rebuild the bridge between man and dragon, so must we reimagine Ishgard, one carefully placed stone at a time. We must remember that it is not for us that we lay this groundwork, but for the men and women that our children will become. May their towers rise proudly from the fundament of our legacy. I hear word from Captain Whitecape that Estinian has vanished from his sick room. His wolfness survives undiminished. Should you ever happen upon our unmannerly friend on your travels, pray assure him that I shall keep Ishgard safe until he deigns to come home. Thank you, Dante, and please convey my warmest regards to Master Alfino. Let's see what's been happening here. Still been going to the trial, just welcome home, Master Havoc. Shall I show you inside the manor? Yes. You spoke with Sir Emmerich. I do not envy him his new position. Ishgard has chosen a new road, but one littered with the detritus of 1,000 years of broken faith. Yet though her people may stumble from time to time, I know of none better than Sir Emmerich to lead the march of progress. As for us, there remains a small matter of ushering in a new dawn in the shadow of inscrutable Asian machinations, and a seemingly endless procession of primes. But we too must walk our chosen path, no matter how treacherous the footing. In the wake of Ishgar's governmental reform, new airship routes have been sanctioned. You may now travel to a selection of distant locales from the landing in Ishgard. Thank you, blonde hairs. Nay, you need not remain there. We shall rendezvous at the usual place. All is proceeding as expected, then? Aye, there's none to concern us, aside from one overly curious mouse. Oh, let's see. Just in the nick of time, thancred. Him again. It is of no moment. They will play their part, and we will play ours. And thus did grey mist give way to azure skies. Man and dragon rise above, voices joined in song, but beneath shrouded boughs, beyond the scope of light, shadow stirs. Master Havoc, you are come at a most excellent time. An invitation from a truly preeminent personage was delivered to the manor but a short while ago. Would that you had been present to receive it, but in any event, Sir Emeric de Bowell, Lord Speaker of the House of Lords, Lord Commander of the Temple Knights, and Viscount of House Bowell, cordially invites Master Havoc to dine with him at his estate. You seem surprised. The messenger assured me that his lord had broached the subject with you at an earlier date, when the arrangements for the peace conference were still being finalized. Ah, the drink, yeah. Of course, the intervening moons afforded little opportunity for leisure, but with the happy advent of peace, it is plain the Lord Commander sees no further cause to delay. What say you? No idea what to wear, but let's go. Indeed, who would not? You will forgive me if I seem envious. I shall send word of your acceptance to Ball Manor at once. When you are ready, pray report to the Astrologicum. They will have someone escort you the rest of the way. That reminds me, I should really actually do like Dark Knight and Astrology at some point. Greetings and well met, Master Havoc. I have the honor and the privilege to serve as head steward of House Burrell. Though, admittedly, our staff is somewhat smaller than those of other noble families, being countable on one hand. Ahem. My lord will be overjoyed to hear that you have accepted his invitation. As you will soon see, we have spared no expense. I dare say a man of action such as yourself enjoys nearly a moment's respite. Aye, the battlefield beckons even now, I am sure. But for this day we bid you lay down your burdens and raise a glass to peace and prosperity. Man, look at that food. That food looks good, man.
To think the Mughals would prove such harsh taskmasters. Forgive me. I did not know you had suffered so in your quest for the Horn. I must say, your spirited accounts always come as a welcome change from the arid reports which fill my days. Though I have lived in these lands my entire life, to hear you speak of them, there is much and more I have yet to see. Truly, yours was a marvelous journey.
Why not join me on the next one?
Well, truth be told, when I think back on the sweeping vistas of the churning mists, I do feel some slight pangs of wanderlust. Alas, much as I would like to accept your invitation, I fear my present duties with the House of Lords demand my undivided attention. Someday, perhaps. By your deeds, you have helped us to lay the foundation for lasting reform. The formation of the Republic is but the beginning, for it is not only our system of governance which must needs change. We, the people, must learn to let go of our hatreds and rise above our bloody past. I only pray that I live long enough to see us achieve some measure of success, that I might know the lost did not die in vain. I can still see you there on the steps of faith, striding fearlessly towards the worm. If you could do that, who are we to balk at the challenges ahead? The question of how best to strengthen ties with the other great nations of Eorzea has been debated at length in the Lords and Commons of late. As you may imagine, maintaining stability during this period of historic upheaval is our paramount concern. Nevertheless, we are greatly indebted to the Alliance for their support during the Grand Melee, and it would be remiss of us not to repay their faith in kind. Of course, we owe you the greatest debt of all, and it is my hope that in extending our support to you and the Scions, we might also express our gratitude to our neighbors, nay, our fellow Eorzeans, whom we pray you will continue to protect. The Lords and Commons agree on very little, but not a soul in either house begrudges your order this offer of patronage. For all you have done and will do, we thank you. May I ask a personal question? Now that the dust has settled, what will you do? Not as a scion, I mean, but what do you want for yourself?
Hmm.
Lord Commander, pray forgive the interruption.
Uh-oh.
News from House Fulton.
An urgent message for the Warrior of Light. I was instructed to deliver it without delay. Master Thancred returned to the manor a short time ago, bearing an injured maiden. Master Leveilleur and Mistress Tataru are tending to her wounds, but they like not her chances. Respectfully, my lord, they have requested the Warrior of Light's immediate presence.
I can't even have a meal.
You must go to them, my friend, and I shall go with you.
I can't even have a meal. After everything I've done, we don't ever get to have a proper meal without being interrupted by something. Christ.
For every ending marks a new beginning. From tragedy and sacrifice, we rise to greet a new dawn, as did he. Only to be drawn unto another battlefield, another cause, as if by fate.
It's not even dirty work, I just can't be interrupted. Like, now all of a sudden I'm needed at House Fulton for someone? The heck?
Yes.
What's Alice say?
Is that...
Alize, Alphinaud's twin sister. She ran afoul of the Warriors of Darkness. I had been tracking them since the ceremony at Falcon's Nest. Little did I know I was not the only one. Evidently, she had learned of their activities and attempted to shadow them on her own. Poorly. I rescued her in the Twelveswood, and together we fled north. But though I made every effort to cover our tracks, they caught up with us on the Ishgardian border. And in the ensuing struggle, Alize took an arrow to the shoulder. It was only after we had made good our escape that I realized it was poisoned.
Thank you for coming so quickly. And you, Sir Emmerich.
Think nothing of it. How is she?
We have done all we can for now. Although the immediate danger has passed, the poison yet lingers in her blood. We came to Eorzea together, hoping to bring salvation to the realm our grandfather gave his life to protect. But when confronted with the bitter realities of its politics and its petty powermongers, she was driven to anger and to doubt. She refused to become embroiled in what she termed Eorzea's squabbles and distance herself from the Scions. Though she remained hopeful of a brighter future, she would walk her own path. Would that it had not been so perilous. For all our differences, she's as dedicated as any Scion to the salvation of Eorzea. But more than that, she is my sister. To be reunited with her, only to lose her forever. Gods, even to speak the words.
Take heart, Master Alphinaud. She will be attended by our most skilled chirurgeons. Bear Mistress Leveilleur to the infirmary at once. Apprise Captain Whitecape of the situation, and inform him that she is to be treated as my personal charge.
Wait, don't go. Please. The warriors of darkness are in league with the Ascians. Slaughtering the primals is but the first step in their plan. They make for Zelvatol to bring about Garuda's summoning and to kill her. You must stop them.
I shall inform the others at once.
Master Thancred, I would ask that you accompany Mistress Leveilleur to the infirmary. Your knowledge of her injuries may well prove useful in determining her treatment.
Of course.
Surely they won't let her... Yes, I know. We must trust in Captain Whitecape and his diversions. Did they not bring Estinian back from the very brink of death? I'm uncomfortably reminded of how he mocked me for praying at his bedside for days on end. What say you, my friend? Shall we turn our attention to a matter whose conclusion we have yet the power to influence? Probably the wisest idea. Shadows of the First. So the warriors of darkness and the Ascians are conspiring to bring about Garuda's summoning, that they might put her to the sword. And when we first encountered them in Losar's Nav, when they were confronting Ravana, God, has this been their aim all along? What do you intend to do, Master Alfinal? There is much and more I do not understand, but I know this. A primal summoning cannot be ignored. Arcee risked her life to uncover that plot, and we squander her gift at our peril. Dante, will you accompany me to Zelfatol and help me stop the Ixal's ritual? Yep. I hate the fact that we don't even get to finish our meal, but you know. Given that Ishgard shares a border with the Ixali homeland, we have a vested interest in the outcome of this ritual. We have been willing to suffer the beastmen's intrusions into Coetan lands to a point, but the summoning of a primal is an escalation we cannot abide. You shall have our fastest airship, Master Alfinal. The mountains of Zelvatol are not easily traversed. This endeavour demands all haste. The gesture is most appreciated, Sir Emmerich, but I fear an aerial approach is destined to fail. This is their homeland, after all, and Ixali dirigibles are not to be underestimated. No, experience tells me the only conceivable approach is by land. I believe it would be wiser to cross into Zelfatol by way of the mountain pass east of Camp Dragonhead. In that case, I shall send instructions for a contingent of the camp's knights to be placed at your disposal. They will secure you safe passage through the mountains and escort you thence to Zelfatol. Though my men are unqualified to confront a primal, they are more than capable of contending with the Ixal. In the event Mistress Alcée regains consciousness, we shall share with you any additional information she may provide. May the Fury watch over and keep you safe. Then let us be off. We can procure any additional supplies we require in Camp Dragonhead. I love how they've actually like only seems like exploration and stuff. I don't remember that being the case in previous updates. Have you everything you require then? Excellent. The entrance to the pass is north of Natalan and due east of Camp Dragonhead. Though it is normally guarded by a score of Ixali warriors, I have been informed that House Vuitton knights have already dispatched them. The enemy's gates lies open. You need but walk through. Or in my case, just fly over, like was suggested. Like this. I'm ready to escort you to Zelfatol and aid you as you see fit. The enemy will be thick on the ground upon arriving. Let us advance with care as we search for the site of the summoning ritual. If the gods are good, we should only have to contend with the exile. But if they are not, we may be forced to do battle with the warriors of darkness. Oh, this is a Judy. This is good. I'll do this with a party of NPCs. So I don't want to miss out on giving me Warriors of Darkness a good whooping. Do this. That's actually one side. Done this. Nothing I'll be getting off, so I can do some D&D. Well, cook some food and get the babies. There we go. Yeah.
Away with you!
Sully. Heavy limit break. Come on, come on, come on. Oh, 9 minutes on here already, Jesus. We've got AIs, don't pick up the keys, I The nice that I found that
with you.
Tried myself pretty well there, to be honest.
toy with you.
Oh no, gonna need this. Oh boy. Those all what total.
pride. So they were unable to see the ritual to its completion. Then Garuda is no longer a threat, and whatever the Asians and the Warriors of Darkness were planning has come to naught. But we should not tarry. The knights have secured our path to safety.
Well, well. What do we have here? You'd better not have killed the primal without us.
You!
Wait, I know you. Still walking, I see. I could have sworn my aim was true.
Wrong gender, love.
Just what is your game? Leading us a long way so these fools could step in and claim our prize?
No. Let's not make hasty accusations. By the look of things, the ritual was proceeding as planned. We arrived at the appointed hour. 'Twas they who erred.
It is hopeless. We cannot face them all.
Do mine ears deceive? A boy! So that's the way of it. Twins! You had me worried for a moment there. Know that I will happily make it quicker for you. If you just stand still.
Enough, Jarumal. We wouldn't want to upset the man in white with any unnecessary bloodshed now, would we? You've been awfully busy since we were kind enough to spare your lives.
Yep.
While you were idly consorting with the Asians, you mean? 7 hells! What could you possibly hope to achieve?
Should I explain it to you? Very well. Consider it a reward of sorts for beating us here. You know the tale of Hydaelyn and Zodiac, I take it? Of the Great Sundering and the reflections it created?
Across 10 and 3 they were divided. Reflections of the source, each possessed of shards of light and dark.
Just so. One of those reflections, the one nearest to the source, is our home. And we were the heroes blessed with her light.
But not all worlds hold light and dark in equal measure. In ours, the power of light was greater by far. So the Ascians, who once threatened our home, were no match. And they fell before us, one after another, till none were left. Victory, we thought. And then came the light. A flood of pure, blinding radiance, annihilating shadow and color and life itself. Ere long, it will consume our world, leaving naught in its wake but blank perfection.
That cannot be. Do you honestly expect us to believe such a story?
Shadow and darkness do need to be in... Well, shadow and light do need to be in equal measurement.
Believe what you like. But it has happened before, on a world far removed from ours. The 13th, which was swallowed by the dark and transformed into what you call the Void.
No, Kalheim mentioned it.
Unchallenged light would condemn us to a similar fate. And so we joined hands with our former enemies, and with their aid came here, to the Source. For there is but one way to restore the balance and save our home. The Ardor. Calamitous destruction with the power to break down the barriers between planes and see our worlds rejoined.
You would doom our world to save your own? What would even become of us? Of you?
Enough. I tire of talking. You know our cause. You know what is at stake. We are prepared to do whatever it takes. Are you?
If there is aught you would say, say it. Otherwise, begone. You have no friends here.
All things considered, we should be grateful to have survived that encounter. Do you think it could be true that to save their world, they must bring ruin to ours? No. No, it matters not. Such wanton destruction is beyond justification. Whatever their reasons, they must be stopped. The sacrifice, the loss, it ends here. Let's see if your sister's better. And hopefully that's all we need to do for this mission. Huh. Sending to Imperium. Guess I've got a few other things to do. But that's all side stuff, so that will be done off screen. That should be who remained behind. Mistress Stola has been tended to Mistress LSA in your absence. I am pleased to report that she has regained consciousness. I imagine you have many questions, especially given your recent encounter with the Warriors of Darkness. And what I do.
Alize, how are you feeling?
Well enough, brother. Thanks to the kindness of our hosts. They told me you had departed for Zelphatol while I was still abed. I slept much better knowing that. Thank you.
I take it your mission was a success.
As if we needed any further confirmation that they are in league with the Ascians. But to save another world? I think not.
I too thought his story fanciful at first. But it is possible there may be a kernel of truth in all of this. At the very least, none of his claims contradict the word's account.
You were following these people, Alize. Why?
During my travels, I had oft enjoyed tales of the Scions and their exploits. But after a time, I began to hear whispers of a gifted and theretofore unknown band of adventurers. Adventurers who had supposedly sworn to travel the realm slaying primals in the Scion's stead.
The Warriors of Darkness. And in the course of investigating these rumors, you stumbled upon the Ascians' involvement.
Yes, exactly.
Forgive me, but if these Warriors of Darkness mean to bring about another calamity, to what end do they hunt primals?
To prompt an escalation. To deepen the beast tribe's feelings of helplessness and despair, and thereby drive them to summon ever more powerful gods. And lest we forget, these events do not occur in isolation. With their patron deities being slain left and right, the news of man's victory over Nidhogg must surely have sown panic in the minds of the Beastmen. 'Tis no wonder they wish to defend themselves.
Power answered with greater power. Death with more death. A vicious cycle fueled by fear and hatred. I know it's like all too well.
Indeed. The Ascians sow discord and desperation, and the Warriors of Darkness reap the harvest. And so it continues. Yet that is not the extent of their ambitions. The Ascian himself observed that once the powerless realize that the old gods have failed them, they will have little recourse but to look to a new one.
We cannot let that happen.
It should come as no surprise, but Alize and I have uncovered evidence that the Ascians have been manipulating certain parties to ensure that a constant stream of crystals flows into the hands of the beast tribes. If we sever these supply lines, we should at least be able to slow the escalation.
Agreed. Kral and I shall journey to Zelphatol and learn what we can of the Ixal's source.
Then I, for my part, pledge to lead a similar investigation into the origin of the Nath supply.
Sir Emmerich?
As a member of the Eorzean Alliance, Ishgard is honor-bound to play an active role in maintaining the security of the realm. You might also say that I have some personal motivation, given the Ascians' dealings with my father. However, I make no secret of the fact that my knowledge of primal beings is scant at best. As such, I should be most grateful if one of your order were to assist me.
Allow me, Sir Emmerich. I have dealt with the Nath before.
Let us consult with Orianja then. Given his dedication to the study of primal beings, I should be surprised if he could not tell us something of value.
Allow me to accompany you, brother. And before you think to refuse, know that I am not the girl I once was. I shall not be a burden. You have my word.
But Alize, you... You are more than welcome. After all, it was you who set us upon this path.
Wait a minute! I'm afraid I can't allow you to leave just yet. Not until you try on the new outfit I prepared for you.
It was good of you to accompany my sister on her forays into the coils. The knowledge that you were with her did much to put my mind at rest, though I know not what she found at the end of her search. Dex and Sinis did inform me that she had taken to the road on her own, apparently on a journey of self-discovery. And what came of that I can only speculate. I am glad our paths crossed regardless. Yeah, I've yet to actually finish the coils, sadly. Right then, shall we be off? Tartaru never ceases to impress, though for a moment I feared she might furnish you with an identical outfit. Praise that well she did not, but my father were rather too fond of making us wear matching clothes. Do you remember the time at the studium when that girl of yours crept up behind me in the hall and whispered? Sister, please! She was not my... Can we not have this conversation in front of the Warrior of Light? So be it. Another time, perhaps. I actually want to know more about that. What the hell happened there? I should thank you again for your assistance with my expeditions, Dante. Though we left matters somewhat unfinished, I'm nevertheless prepared to focus on the task at hand and aid you to the fullest extent of my ability. As you helped me to brave the coils, so too will I help you to defeat the Warriors of Darkness. New garments aside, I must say that you seem different, more resolute than when last we met. You have the look of a woman who is ready to fight for the future of Eorzea. To the extent of my abilities, perhaps, but I have no delusions of grandeur, nor will I pretend to have found myself or any such thing. I am here today because I would regret if I weren't. That is all. Fair enough. Let us depart for the waking suns then, and see if Oriandra can be of assistance. Of course you swords go straight ahead. Oriandra better be the final part of this bloody mission. And no, what? Are you freaking serious right now? I just want to quickly get this done with. Jesus Christ, Saki, you just woke up? Good lord. This is the last mission I'm on, and then we're doing D&D, but you know, it's dragging on a bit. Uriandra, apologies for calling upon you unannounced. Why, myself, would that the scholar had seen fit to grant me knowledge of thy coming. What bringeth thee and thine here this day? The warriors of darkness have returned. Pray allow us to explain. You really were. But to be fair, you also stayed up late again. I too have heard tales in recent days of primals rising up only to be cast down by forces unknown. Alas, as thou didst observe, this serveth but to spur the beast tribes to pursue their goals with redoubled fervor. We have two objectives at this time: to identify and remove the source of the Beast Tribe's crystals, and to take direct action to prevent any further summoning rituals from reaching completion. The second is easier said than done, of course. While we were fortunate enough to learn of the Ixal's plans before they came to fruition, I should be surprised if the Warriors of Darkness and the Asians did not have similar designs elsewhere of which we have no knowledge. Thou were wise to come hither, for this very day did I receive tidings most troubling from across the Strait of Melthor. O Gomorrah stirreth, and there are whispers that the Lord of Crags neareth his return. Mere rumours, mark thou, but in light of thine own discoveries, thou canst ill afford to turn a deaf ear to their claims. Aye, we must ascertain the truth of the matter for ourselves. Let us consult with the Maelstrom forces stationed at Camp Overlook, Dante. Thank you for your counsel, Oriandra. Pray inform us should you learn aught else. I shall. If I may, brother, Oriandra, is there anything else you would like to say? Alice? If not, then never mind. I only ask because you are normally rather more verbose. Nothing to add? Very well. Ere we depart, I wish to make a request. The Warriors of Darkness spoke of how the Eldor had the power to break down the barriers between planes, that our worlds might be rejoined. I would ask that you research this for us. Being nowhere near as well read as you, I'm sure I wouldn't know where to begin. That said, I have heard tell of a promising tome. The Garan Oracles? Mayhap you could start there. By thy leave. Camp Overlook, was it? Very well. I think she knows Oriandra has been fraternizing with the Asians. Can I just complete this? Right, okay, good. This one's the last step of this blooming mission. Now I can end it, quickly cook some noodles. Everything will be set up for D&D. Seven hells. At this rate, I'll have to appeal to Maelstrom Command for reinforcements. Whatever it is, we don't want any. Oh, fancy that. Just when my kobold problems look like coming to a head, the size of the Seven Dawns turn up, itching to pitch in. Bloody brilliant timing is what it is. Right then, let's get to it. Right, and that is where we are going to end off this stream. Jesus Christ, 6 hours, nearly 7. Thank you all very much for coming. For those that did join in, a member of the FC did actually decide to like pop in as well, which is really nice of them. I'll look at that later. So yeah, I hope that the people that came in enjoyed. We actually managed to get the Dragon Song War stuff ended, which was quite an ordeal. It was fun though, as always. So yeah, I shall be heading off now to do some D&D. The next time I'll stream, I will probably try and make it next Saturday, if not a bit sooner, depending on how things go in terms of recording sessions. Until then, however, I shall see you all next time. Bye!